to today's Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council meeting. We've got a bunch of people online, and we've got a bunch of people physically present. So we're going to, TJ, I think it's your task to kind of head out the meeting. If you want to do that from the virtual world, that would be great.
Ian's muted.
Mike's not on. Might be muted. Yes. Still can't hear you.
You know, we're not even seeing the mic icon. There's 3 dots at the bottom of the screen. Try clicking those 3 dots and going into the settings and choosing your audio input, or if it lets you. One thing in the chat, I just sent over the phone in instructions. It gives you a number and a PIN. Why don't you go ahead and call in? Then you can at least call and, you know, talk to the group and we can see you, but then you can communicate.
Thanks, Mike.
You bet.
They told me to do that. Just said these bastards just took right over. While we're waiting, Jordan, I got a question for you. Your pipe below Schofield, is that 8 CFS or 12 CFS?
4. Well, it's 3.5 is what we're entitled to. So
That's year round or? So
no,
right
it's
now,
winter months from October 1st to March 30th. So the pipe can let out like 11 CFS, but our water right that we're leasing is 3.5. And right now they're releasing about 4.5, but they're getting ready to release a bunch more just to prep the reservoir for spring. So
through your pipe or just the regular?
no, they'll probably open the main gate and release something more like 20.
Oh, nice.
I need to talk to them, make sure that they don't just open the gate and release 20. We want them to ramp it up so it doesn't like blow out.
Yeah.
Ground trout reds. So, but yeah, we've got a good working relationship with the Water Conservancy District down there. So I think we can work
So in the interest of time, because we do want to get out of here in a timely manner today, let's get going on the agenda. First and foremost, it's shared up here and shared with folks online. Can folks see that from back there? If you're like me, I have to squint a little bit. Let me blow it up. How's that for folks? It's good. Readable. All right. We're going to do introductions here in a second. I've already kind of welcomed you to today's Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council meeting. We'll be going through 3 o'clock at the end of the meeting. And we'll start off with our review of 2025 outreach priorities. Faith Jolly is online to assist us with that. And then we'll be going through regional updates. We have our biologists from the 5 management regions here today, online and in person, and we'll be reviewing those regional updates. Then we'll break for lunch. We'll be having lunch in the hallway out there rather than in the room, and then we'll come back in here and scarf down our grub. After that, we'll reconvene at 12:05. We'll be meeting to discuss the Diamond Mountain Fisheries. Jordan Detler's here today. He's going to talk about that. And then at 1:15, we'll jump into an overview of the fiscal year 26 Blue Ribbon projects with some feedback. The regional bios are just going to kind of informally present those in anticipation of our March meeting, formal presentations for approval. And then we'll get into an overview of Blue Ribbon project scoring, something that is near and dear to my heart from days gone by. And then we'll talk about our Blue Ribbon waters for revaluation in 2025 or evaluation in 2025 as well, and what we're planning on there. In addition to that, we'll jump into ongoing business. There's not a lot, but we will quickly go through a budget update, volunteer opportunities update, and update on the new volunteer entry process. And after that, we are probably not going to talk about the Strawberry River below starvation re-ranking because we needed to have at least 3 other individuals visit that site. And to my understanding, according to turnout, that did not happen. So that agenda item is actually probably going to be skipped for this meeting and postponed until a later meeting. We'll then go through some new business. There's not a ton to cover, but there are a few items that I wanted to bring up. And then, like I said, we'll wrap up around 3 o'clock. We're pretty good with that. Any suggested changes or additions to the agenda as described? Okay, hearing none, that's how we'll go through this. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, Craig, can you do me a favor? If you go to your settings in Google Meet, there is the visual effects option for throwing a background or something on the screen. There's a setting called framing. It looks like your framing setting is turned on. It just centers everything up because I don't think it looks like the owl is not following correctly.
Okay, so video. Video enhancements, is that what you're looking for?
Yes, and there should be one called framing.
And framing, I'm going to turn framing off then.
Thank you very much.
You are very welcome.
Appreciate it. You're great.
Okay, perfect. Getting confused as to what is my real cursor and what is my virtual cursor. So
Looks like TJ got his mic.
did he?
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Right. I'll meet.
All right.
Where are we?
TJ, I gave a brief overview of today's agenda, and it is your item first for the welcome and introductions. Go for it.
Okay. Well, welcome everybody. Sorry I can't be there. My wife had her hip replaced, and I have a contractor here at the house, so I was looking forward to it. But Happy New Year. I may lose you, so someone's going to have to jump in. Have we introduced everybody? Have we taken a roll yet?
We have not.
All right. Why don't we go ahead? Those in the room first. And then we'll go to the remote. So somebody start and go around the table.
Okay, sounds good. Craig Walker, Assistant Chief with the Division of Wildlife Resources, sitting in for Trina as ex officio member of the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council.
Jordan Nielsen. I am the Southeast Region Rep.
Larry Finch, at large.
Dean Krager, I'm just a member of the committee.
Bill Klopp, I think it's central, but. Mickey Anderson, commercial rep.
Russ Lawrence, Northern Region, but I'm also Warm Water rep.
Dan Hill, Northeastern Rep. Terry Hill, at-large Rep.
Tim Brunson with the Division of Wildlife out of the Northern Region. Tyler Robinson, Central Region, Sport Fish 5.
Jordan Detler, fish biologist in the Northeastern Region, in the Flaming Gorge area. Josué Hernandez, Northeast Region, Sport Fish 5.
Is that everybody in the room?
Yes.
All right, why don't we go online? This is gonna be, somebody can run that for me, because I can't run it from here. So I'm gonna introduce myself first. I'm TJ Sokolow, Chairman. I'm trying to remote in, Blue Ribbon Council and Northern, or Saltwater Fisheries Representative. On the call-ins here, I see a number of other folks. Let's see if we can get them to call roll. So let me see if I can pick a person, see what happens.
TJ,
You do that.
yeah, this is I'm Ryan Newman, Warm Water Rep. I apologize for not being there for the second time in a row. I too have a contractor here. They've already blown the breaker 3 times, so good thing I'm here. My wife said she would have cried, so thank you. I missed the camaraderie being there, but I'll be there next time.
All right, before we go further, there's going to be some machinery going on, so I need a co-chair to take over, because I'm not going to be able to hear anybody. And would that be Terry? Is that right? Somebody needs to do it, because the machine is going to start here. I've just been advised, the compressor.
Let's
So-
just go to the list.
Yeah.
Can you do it?
Yeah.
All right, finish the roll and then you'll have to proceed, because the compressor is going on here shortly.
I want you to be anyway.
Okay, thanks.
So other Blue Ribbon members online?
Start with,
I think Ryan and TJ are the only ones that are on.
Ryan, have you introduced yourself?
you just
Yeah,
did.
Ryan, you did. Sorry, I'm looking at 2 screens here.
Yeah.
Hey, Craig Senior, Calvin.
Calvin Black, Assistant Aquatics Manager in the Southeast Region.
Faith.
Hi, Faith Heaton Jolly, Public Information Officer for the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources, and helping with the outreach component of the meeting.
Nick.
Nick Braithwaite, Fisheries Biologist in the Southern Region.
Oakley.
Oakley Toomer, Aquatics Biologist, Southern Region.
That covers that.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Before I jump into this, I need to hand out these letters. I believe I already got one out. Filled me correctly the first time, and I think you get one.
Thank you.
An appointed council member with your thanks for service. In addition to that, I need to make sure that I get these to Bill for our day on the hill. Is that correct?
okay,
Okay, that's all you, according to Trina.
all right, well.
He's gonna hand his laptop over to you.
Additionally, we do have clothing items that are coming, but they're not in yet for Jane and Bill. Okay, that takes care of that. All right, sorry about that kind of side business before we get going here. So outreach priorities, I have some notes from Trina on my version of this agenda that I'll use to kind of guide me through this meeting and make sure I am adhering to her wishes. So Trina wanted to let me know that she only received one comment on the list of outreach priorities, and she incorporated that into the event section. Faith is here, and what we're going to do is go through the list of items, which I think there's a few of these. Pick this up and share that with everybody. So we'll switch. The cursor has like one spot on the window where it allows me to go across, which is really odd, but okay. Could have just hit present something else, that would have been a wise choice. But I didn't. All right, so yeah, this has actually expanded quite a bit from the last time I looked at it. So. Bump this up size wise.
If you reduce the people list, it might make that bigger, Craig.
Oh, thank you. Let's get rid of that. We don't really need that right now.
There you go.
Perfect. Thanks, guys. Now. That's what I can go through. Okay. Okay, so we have right here. Looks like 17 potential blue ribbon outreach opportunities, -2, so 15. And then we have 2025 blue ribbon outreach events. We have 5 of those. So I think Trina wanted me to review timing. Item and briefly discuss if that's the right timing and right topic for that month. So I'm going to rely on the members, but also Faith, your insight on this as well, given your expertise in disseminating information. So go ahead, Faith.
Yeah, sorry, I do have a quick update right off the bat. I had talked to Trina about, we usually do kind of an ice fishing type news release in January. But because of the dicey ice conditions this year, we agreed that we would scrap that one. So that one is no longer, but we did talk to Trina in our coordination meeting on Monday and talked about doing, in place of that, just promoting generally some blue ribbon fishery spots in February. So I think that was going to look like a social media post, maybe doing something fun to kind of tie it in with Valentine's Day. So, you know, anyway, we're coming up with a couple of fun type of social media things for that. But anyway, just as an update on those very first 2.
So Faith, although we're not doing a promotion via outreach for Blue Ribbon Waters, ice fishing at Blue Ribbon Waters, we as a division hopefully are putting information out there due to the dicey ice conditions about ice fishing safety, correct?
So we did already do that in December. We did a news release about just general safety tips and what people should know and equipment to have kind of as the season was kicking off. And then we also did a news release about different fishing tournaments that are going to be held around the state that us and Parks were hosting or co-hosting. That has seen quite a few updates since we put it out. So we have done some updated messaging on kind of location changes or cancellations and things like that. But yes, that messaging has been disseminated previously.
All right, so go down the list. in addition to the fun outreach opportunity, that's still in the office.
Craig, I'm sorry to interrupt. We've lost your audio.
I forgot what fun it is to have a meeting in this room at times.
That sounds better. Thank you.
Yeah.
We never have these problems when Trina's here.
Right. Yeah.
Sorry.
You know what?
Say something mildly rude about IT, it'll all work. I promise.
It's all good. So does the timing of the Bear Lake update make sense to those in the room and to you, Faith, still, as far as the February timeframe, even though it will overlap with what sounds like a more fun messaging campaign related to something Valentine's Day?
Yeah, I can't quite remember the details of the Bear Lake updates, so I'll maybe defer to you guys based on what that is, if February is the right time for it.
So maybe we're going to do a place with Valentine's Day messaging.
I think that sounds good. And just to loop in the group, Trina's thoughts with that particular one was highlighting kind of lesser known blue ribbon fisheries, right? Like everybody knows some of the bigger ones. But anyway, just some of those kind of lesser known ones. So we were going to do kind of a fun Valentine's twist to highlight those.
All right, moving on. Creel surveys, their purpose and information gleaned basic results from recently completed creels as a March outreach effort.
Yep. And I think we're planning that as a social media post too. I don't know if you want to know or care what types of methods we're using, but yeah.
I think that's spring bass fishing.
Sorry, your audio does keep cutting out a little bit, Craig. But to chime in on that spring one, that one will probably be a news release.
Yep. Hey, check, Craig, do you mind checking the audio settings just to make sure it's still on the right, on the owl?
My computer bag was blocking the sound waves from
Apparently.
the.
Yeah, we are still on the owl as far as the microphone goes.
Copy that. Okay. Thank you.
If we still encounter it with this owl, what I'll do is kill this owl and harness the next owl.
We'll smack it a couple of times like we did to our TVs in the 80s.
It's like Harry Potter. I don't know. Whatever. So I'll put this out to you, Faith. We've got 2 opportunities listed in April. Are you kosher with those both occurring in April with the spring bass fishing as well as targeted outreach to out-of-state anglers?
So, and I apologize, I did not see this list before now. I've talked to Trina about some of these items, but not all of them. So I know last year we did a big targeted message with a blog post and social media ads and emails and things like that for the out-of-state angler campaign. I have not heard from her yet on that she wanted to continue that. So I'll just have to talk to her to see what she wants that to include. But yes, I think we could probably do that in April as well. I'm so sorry. I don't know if you were asking me, but your audio kind of got weird again.
Maybe we should log
Yep.
out of me.
I'm-
All right, I'm gonna kill the owl. Hold on one second.
Hit your test button there, make sure.
We can hear. Can you guys hear us?
We can hear you there. Yes.
Yep.
Hey, we'll try this for another 3 seconds or so and see if it doesn't cut me off again. Okay, in the interest of time, let's really dive into this and not have technical difficulties. All right, let's see what we got here. Okay, so we talked about leaving the bass if we need to strip one out and there's competition between the two. Then we move on to May. We've got starvation screen. After construction is completed, an update on that. Everybody good with that time frame for a starvation update? Okay. Blue ribbon projects completed in June. To me, that makes sense. Of course, they're based on a state fiscal year, so through the end of June, I would imagine. We then also have catch and release best management practices. Again, Faith, we have 2 things in June. You mentioned that, you know, the likelihood you'd be able to cover 2 things is pretty high, but what are your thoughts on having these 2?
Yeah, we've done both of those in June in the past couple of years, so that's fine. Both of those will be a news release. And I actually think the blue ribbon projects, I can't remember, but I think we did it as ones that were just announced for the next fiscal year, versus recapping the ones that were completed, but I'll have to look back. But yeah, I think doing both of those is totally doable.
Fishing water species in July.
If I'm remembering right, that one we usually frame as a news release too and highlight some of the different good fishing spots and species to target and tips and all of that. Also, I am so sorry to say that your audio is out again. I think you're jinxed or something.
All right, I don't know. Boy, there's no way. There's no.
Yeah, Craig, we're not seeing the Al camera or hearing Al audio. I believe we're on your laptop stuff. You might have to go back in the settings and choose it.
Well, I think he purposely turned off the owl because it was being glitchy.
Copy.
I just switched it to my other USB. So can you hear me?
Yep.
Right now.
You're back.
Okay.
Yep.
Now I'm going to go into settings. I'm going to do that. We're going to do this. We're going to give it one more try. Hopefully it has to do with my USB connection port. Change the video also. Is that correct? Let's make sure.
Correct.
Yep. Meeting out camera.
There we go.
Test. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Craig, you're coming in well.
Can you hear me now? Is my voice too soft? Can you still hear me? You hear me?
It's a little more muffled, but we can hear.
It should be muffled because I was whispering. So perfect. All right, moving on. Kokanee closure reminder with expectation management for Kokanee Fisheries in August. Yes, time frame good for you guys?
That's good, yeah.
Okay. High elevation fishing opportunities would run concurrently with that, Faith. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think we usually do that one end of July, early August, just once there's access to those streams and rivers. So yeah, that one's usually a news release as well.
Colorado River Public Progress, September, after the Northeastern releases their video.
And to get clarification on this one, is this one of the rotenone treatments that they were doing in the Uintas that they wanted to highlight kind of the before and after project for?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I know our videographer was going to be helping with this. And then I actually believe it's not on here, but I think we were also planning a blog post as well. So those would probably run like at the same time. Anyway, and I don't know yet if we'll share both on social or if we'll just, anyway, how we'll share that. But yeah, we had kind of a two-part for that one.
And then running concurrently with that is fall fishing. Good. Okay. Further into what hopefully is a nice cool fall. Fishery sampling results at Blue Ribbon Waters.
And this one, just if anybody cares about the details, this we usually do have our regional outreach managers tackle as Facebook posts. So there will probably be several for that one. And we just kind of defer to the regions to work with their biologists on which specific water bodies they want to highlight the results from their surveys. But anyway, there is the potential of having several for that.
Just a question.
We lost you again, Craig. Sorry if you're trying to talk to us online.
All right, let's take 5. Mike, is there a way or somebody from our video folks to come up, or AV folks to come up and help us here? Is there any way for anybody to come up here and give us an assist with some audio?
Yeah, Mike, do you know if Seth or Paul are there today?
We have an assist coming. We've got pucks galore.
Audio. Yeah.
This one wasn't the computer.
Uh-oh. Video is still good, right?
Yeah, video's good.
Okay, so that we can still use the owl. So I'll do one USB over here, one USB over there.
And then you'll need to go into your
Settings
and change it to the
all right. Let's see what we got here. I have one sweet spot where I can get over to boom.
audio.
All right, microphone is
We have to have a salt like that.
this one, right?
I think so.
That looks like. And this have audio as far as input output, so we get some of those as well, right?
Yeah.
I'll use these ones,
Okay.
I think. And then we'll go to video and I'll change it to owl again.
So we have 22 with the electrician at 23.
Do a sound check.
Down here.
Taylor's working, reworking our grill.
I don't know if I turned those on.
What are we gonna do? Just hit?
I think it's tap on.
Also. So he has.
Well, you tap and mute.
Okay, so maybe,
So
yeah, maybe they're just on.
They're on.
they're on. Can you all hear us now?
Yes, it sounds great.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Be another
Takes a village. All right.
Hey, Rebecca.
Well, hello.
We've had two folks show up. So I missed you. Tyler, Rebecca, could you guys just kind of let folks know who you are so we get a recording of that and then you can capture that?
Yeah, Rebecca Granillo, Coldwater rep.
I already introduced.
Did you? Sorry, I missed you. Dude, I've had so many confusions here. It's that's why I remember that. All right, good. Thank you for doing what we do. All right. Where were we? We were in fishery sampling results at Blue Ribbon Waters in October. We talked about regional Facebook posts. Fits and starts. Let's see if we can wrap up the first portion of this table. General updates from Blue Ribbon Waters November-ish. From a biologist standpoint, from a council standpoint, does that make sense? Timing wise.
Most of our out by then, and if we're doing, we kind of have some that we do all of our screen sampling of most of our waters, but our all sample is for Willard. So it works really good for our Willard release, and then we'll have some stuff sprinkled throughout the spring that Mark will release for our Blue Ribbon Waters, you know, like East Canyon or something like that. So,
Gotcha. So from a
I was gonna to chime in, sorry, Craig, to give more maybe context on what this one is. The last couple of years, this has been recapping the fall meeting of if there are any new water bodies that are going to become Blue Ribbon Fisheries. So like we did this news release last, I think it actually ended up being in December, but to announce Schofield being reinstated as a Blue Ribbon Fishery. So that's kind of what that is from that meeting. If there are any new water bodies, we announce that in a news release. at this. So that's kind of why it's that timing is it's after the November meeting.
So it's after the November meeting. Technically, then the release happens in December.
So it normally is November. I can't remember why it was later this year, but yeah, so November is typically the time frame for that.
I'm just thinking logistically from the region standpoint, when we talk about, and this was my misunderstanding as to what those updates were, a general update on water bodies can, now that I know that this is about reclass of water bodies or classifying water bodies as blue ribbon, it makes sense to have it in November, December, but I was thinking that that was a general update on water bodies versus a deeper dive about the sampling results. And I was going to pose the question to the regional biologists, is October a reasonable time frame to have sampling results presentable to the council or to the public versus maybe a little later in the season, getting into the winter when you've actually had a time to dive deeper into the data and say something meaningful?
Not October. Not October, November would be just a general update.
Go ahead, Calvin.
I have 3 to 4 blue ribbon waters I sample in October all the way down to early November. So at times it's difficult for me, but it's manageable. The January, this meeting is more beneficial to have everything ready to present, but we can do it, but it is difficult.
January would be way better for us if you're wanting to have like some information.
So Faith, question for you, for the council's benefit, the public's benefit, and to aid the biologists in actually being able to say something meaningful, is there a way for us to create a line item that is concurrently happening with an ice fishing update for blue ribbon waters, but then is our report results for blue ribbon waters that actually have examined the data and provided something meaningful to say?
You mean doing that in January?
Correct, rather than October.
I think so. I think part of the motivation for doing it in October previously for the water bodies that did have their gill netting survey results already was just to encourage people to get out and fish while it's still good in the fall. Anyway, but I mean, if the ice is good, people could fish there as well in January. So I think that's probably fine. I would say maybe that one, just, yeah, add a note or leave it kind of flexible that whenever the regions finish their gill netting surveys and feel like they're ready to highlight those in social media posts, then they can do that from October through January, honestly.
Yeah, and the reason why I bring that up is because it's not just driving fall fishing, it's actually providing basically a year class forecast or an entire year's likelihood of success forecast based upon that snapshot. So let's put that in there.
So anything that can be put out in October would be helpful on the business side of it. Having a retail store, everybody starts thinking about hunting and we start losing a lot of fishing because the thoughts aren't there and they forget about fishing. So even something teeny could be helpful. Just, you know, hey, fishing's still good. The waters are cooling, fish are moving in the shallows, the hatches are good on rivers. You know, just something tiny to remind people fishing's still going on.
Yeah, that could be a good time to encourage people to harvest lake trout and gorge.
Yeah.
And shallow and spawn. The problem is, yeah, it overlaps with when people are out on the mountain chasing things with antlers and stuff.
So you could do both, more of a generalized kind of, hey, get out there, fishing is great, water's cooling down, fish, blah, blah, blah.
Just in general.
And then come January, February, when there's something meaningful to say, when we can actually say, hey, we have a huge crop of large fish at X, Y, or Z reservoir this year, for example.
Yeah.
Go out and, you know, and we anticipate that cascading through the rest of the year and providing great fishing opportunities for the next 12 months or something.
What George said is right, and I think we did a specific post on water bodies where extra harvest was encouraged. I know we did that as part of a post for Blacksmith Fork in my region, was to encourage brown trout removal. The gorge was part of that. I think there were some other areas that we were actually looking, you know, perch at Fish Lake, something like that. So I think that's part, I don't know where that fits in here, but I know that that was something that Trent asked for.
Yeah, and I was gonna say we did that completely separately from the Gillnet survey results, and we actually this last year did that news release in August. I don't know if that's the best timing for that, but that is something that we've kind of done in past years. So we could decide a time for that may be the most beneficial if it's not August.
Well, we have some bodies of water that we actually have a different regulation that starts in September or in August, and I think that's part of it too. So we have, you know, you keep an extra 4 fish, you know, September, October timeframe, because once the ice freezes, that winter kills. So I think that's part of that reason too. To put some extra pressure on some lakes on the north slope, but probably on the south slope, the winter kill.
Yeah, and it's also gonna be potentially species dependent as well. Like we've talked about, you know, the impact to panfish, perch specifically, through the ice versus other times of the year, right? Like if we actually want to knock a perch population back, no better time to do it if there's hard water out there, right? I mean, that's when you can really pillage them. Okay, what does the Blue Ribbon Council do as a December timeframe? Does that make sense? Could that happen anytime?
That's what I was thinking. What if you were to take 15 and 16 and shift them down and bump 17 up to 15? If they need more time to gather results and prepare that information.
I'm just making notes on this on that column H. You know, can we bump that to a time to then free up a spot for some of these other deeper dives into data that, you know, right now might be mistimed, quote unquote, by being presented in October, et cetera. So just putting a note in there for you and Trina to have a conversation later on.
I know that you're through like the communications type things. I did have a couple just to loop everybody in on other stuff we're working on that's related that was not on this list. In March, and I'll be really quick because I know we're over time for the outreach section. In March, we are planning to promote some of there's like really in-depth Hyuintas information that was put together by some of the biologists, so little booklets. We're going to be posting that in the Fish Utah maps, and then we're doing a blog post to promote those resources. So that'll be March, kind of just to time it with like spring fishing coming up. March, maybe April. And anyway, so just if you want to make a note of that, that is also in the works right now. Yeah.
So that's just a spring fishing update.
That's just specific to, yeah, those new resources, kind of where people can find information if they wanted to go spring fishing.
Gotcha. Cool. All right. We do have some specific 2025 Blue Ribbon outreach events that Trina handed off to me. Fishing Day on the Hill. That's coming up here.
February 10th.
And Bill, you're part of that. Who else is also involved in that? And Rebecca, okay. You are as well. All right, cool. Faith, go ahead.
All right, really quick, just to make a note, we are also going to be doing a booth at the Outdoor Rec Day on the Hill that I think is the week before the Fishing Day on the Hill. And I believe we're going to use some of the same posters and handouts that Trina and my team is putting together to talk about the economic impacts of fishing and blue ribbon waters in particular. And then I think as part of that, we're also going to be handing out some blue ribbon fishing stickers. So just anyway, know that we'll have representation at both of those legislative events.
And when you say we will, you're talking about outreach section, yes?
Yes, so we've done this one. I mean, if anybody from aquatics wants to come, obviously that's fine. We do kind of talk hunting and fishing since it's all outdoor rec. But yeah, we will implement some of those same fishing materials that'll be used at the fishing day.
What's the date?
So that one is January 31st. And I think the same time frame, they're really early, like 7 a.m. I think it's 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. or something. So yeah, me and one of my coworkers will be manning the booth at that one.
That's the 31st, Faith.
Yeah, January 31st, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m.
So Faith, if folks wanted to assist you or be there with you for that from the council, would they just reach out to you?
Yep, totally. You can email me.
Just walk in, that's all you gotta do.
Yeah.
Right, but if you wanted to do something more formal and actually, talk game plans or whatever it is with Faith, I'm sure she'd be willing to entertain an audience.
I'd like her contact info if I can get it from somebody.
Sure.
She's probably included on this last email list for this meeting.
What's the date for the fishing?
Oh, fishing on the
Fishing day on the hill.
February 10th.
Okay.
It's from like 7 to 10 in the morning. Is that right, Bill? 7 to 10 a.m. for that fishing day.
Same thing, yeah.
If your email is just spelled out Faith Jolly.
So it's actually just my first initial. So F Jolly, JOLLEY at utah.gov.
Thank you.
Yeah, and someone did put in the chat to repeat the fishing day on the hill.
February 10th.
Everybody get that? No problem, Ryan. All right, let's see. Spring fishing seminar, kokanee, catfish,
Last year we did two. We did one, a warm water one down in, St. George.
Okay.
And the year before we did a kokanee in Richfield. Both were really well attended. And then, Clint did, catching kitty cats up in, I guess, Willard Bay or, yeah, and that was in the spring too, and they were both, I thought that both really well attended.
I thought Crockett did one down.
Yeah, they did one at Shields for Utah Lake catfish.
Yeah, I wasn't able to get to that one. So, I mean, I can kind of, Faith, if you want, call around and kind of get an idea on that if you want.
Yeah, I apologize. I did not come as prepared with the event side of things, but yeah, I know there were several. And just like in past years, my main request with events is just make sure you're looping in the regional outreach staff because they can help funnel that through our normal marketing process so that we're getting flyers for you. We're promoting it on Facebook. We have an Eventbrite with an organized sign up sheet. It's promoted on our website. And anyway, so just to make sure you're working with them so we can kind of follow our normal funnel to get that marketed properly.
I'll get with Johnny down in the south and who's the outreach here in the northeast kind
Mark
of
Hadley. Mark Hadley's the.
Yeah.
I'll get with both those guys and they kind of basically do all the work. I just show up and say, hey,
We want to do this.
They're good at what they do. And just to make a note for this group, for anybody that's wanting to do something with Crockett again, or in our Springville office, or kind of Salt Lake Wasatch Front area, we do have a new regional outreach manager, Michael Packer. So he's been in that region and working in outreach for a while, but anyway, he can help facilitate some of those until we get a new events person.
Did he replace Johnny then, or?
No, so he replaced Scott Root. So he's always been in the Springville office. He just switched positions. So he is not the events person anymore. He's the manager over that position though. So you can funnel requests through him for the time being.
Clint, what was the guy's name up here?
Mark Hadley.
Hadley, that's
I
right.
think it's Mike, isn't it?
It's Mark.
Mike Hadley's the biologist. Mark
Mike
Hadley's
Hadley
the,
is in Southern Region as
Oh.
a fisheries manager.
This way, how would a seminar do in Vernal?
I think we could do one in Vernal.
How would a Vernal seminar do?
We did one last year for that, type thing. It went pretty well. I think we had about 5 or 6 people that showed up.
Gotcha.
For our region. It's good.
Springville Beach, they had 50 for Coke. I'll get
That was
with
Rich.
you on that.
Yeah.
I'd like to suggest adding one that the Blue Ribbon has contributed to the last 2 years. The Wasatch Expo is on March, I think, 28th and 9th.
It's on there. It's on there.
Oh,
Yeah, it's the last
Okay.
one.
we went to,
We got you covered, Bill.
all right.
Can we share the TU booth again?
Well, I'm hoping that's gonna happen, but yeah, I mean, I'm asking for a double booth, but as is always the case, I learn about an hour before I leave Heber what we've got, so.
We'll make it happen.
So for fall and ice fishing, I'm gonna say the same thing that Faith said, just kind of as we work through some of these things, either at a regional scale or a statewide scale, just make sure we loop in the appropriate outreach staff.
I'll get with them now just to, get some dates in the calendar.
Okay.
Makes it a lot easier.
And if possible, if we can get these events, like all the details and everything nailed down at least a month before the event happens, that helps a lot to be able to get the word out and do the proper marketing for it.
Faith, I'll be talking, this is Bill Klopp. I will be contacting you with info on the expo. The website will eventually be done, but I'm collecting information now because I'm gonna be basically responsible for the expo marketing communications.
Okay, yeah, let me know. And if we are helping with a booth or something, we could definitely help reshare some of that.
Yeah, we get the booth for gratis, but what was done the last couple of years is somebody comes in, a couple of Blue Ribbon shirts come in with these bingo cards and passes them out, and that's been a really good communication tool. People stop, they wonder what bingo is all about, and they get a spiel on Blue Ribbon. And they get a spiel on, it's a joint booth between the Trout Unlimited State Council, of which I'm also a member, and and Blue Ribbon. So it's a good PR opportunity, and both for Blue Ribbon and TU. And we need to get bodies through the door at the expo. So I'd look to your help on communicating it in whatever venues you've got to communicate. But I'll get you information.
All right, that is a wrap up on our outreach efforts. Thanks, Faith, for being here to discuss that. You're more than welcome to hang out and witness or be a referee on sound issues that we might encounter for the rest of the meeting, or you can take off if you'd like.
Thanks. I'll let Mike help with AV. I do have to jump to another meeting, but thanks everybody.
All right, thanks, Faith. So we're running about 30 minutes behind, but I think we'll be able to make that up in later topics throughout the agenda. We're now going to pivot to regional updates, and I will assume everybody's prepared, having seen the agenda well in advance of the meeting. And we'll start with the Central Region. Again, this is very informal. No PowerPoints, no figures unless somebody wants to share those. They have them at the ready. But generally speaking, just a brief update on Blue Ribbon Fisheries in the region. Tyler.
I don't have much of an update. I give a pretty big one in our November meeting. But we're getting ice on Strawberry finally. Everything's locked up, but some areas in Soldier Creek. Talked to Wes this morning. He thinks 4 to 8 inches of ice is pretty common throughout the whole reservoir. So ice fishing is pretty much a go. Finally, rainbow bite's been really good. We've been catching lots of rainbows, which is always good to hear. But other than that, they didn't have much else for me. Alan was busy in training yesterday, and when I called Wes today, I could hear a bunch of kids in the background, so he had his hands full at the moment. But outside of Strawberry, Jordanelle, we haven't heard much about it. We don't know if there's ice up there. Maybe you guys know, but Mike's heading up there today for a retirement party, and he's going to give an update.
There was a boat out on the water.
Okay. I heard Wallsburg Bay on Deer Creek froze up overnight, so there might be ice fishing on Deer Creek again if we can stay cold and no wind, but odds are low on that. I'll leave it to maybe Ryan if he wants to give a fishing update on the Provo, or Bill, you want to give any updates? You've been out recently.
I don't fish the Provo.
Anywhere else besides
It's
the Provo?
against my religion.
I know.
Hey, that's rude. That's rude. The lower's been fishing pretty good. The middle's been better. There's been a lot of fish rising, Bill, on the middle. So that might
The Provo many years ago when a guy told me that a size 20 fly was way too big.
yeah, but the lower's been surprisingly good for January. So yeah, get out. There's some risers on the middle.
That's about all I have. We'll go over it in the future, but Utah Lake is going to be evaluated this year. Talk about it in the meeting. So the bite's been really good all year. White bass been good. Normally, if that state park freezes up, you can get on some perch and some white bass in the harbor there. So just a potential ice fishing opportunity. Some of the side waters around Miller Race froze up overnight. So there is a chance you might even get to do some Utah Lake ice fishing, which is a rare occurrence, but normally a pretty good perch bite in the winter. So that's all I got for the Central Region.
Thanks, Tyler. Northeastern region, we're blessed with 2 folks. So I'll leave it to you guys to provide an update. This way.
I'll start with starvation. I'll let Jordan talk about the gorge. Starvation's well known. Ice conditions are pretty poor out there too, so not many reports to talk about. I just want to touch base a little bit about the walleyes. My the figures that I've been running, and it looks pretty promising as far as we're making a dent on the population. 16-inch, 14 to 16-inch walleyes. Very promising so far. We have a large number of adults over 25 inches. So it's really promising to get yourself a pretty big walleye. As I mentioned, the ice conditions have been very poor. We had a youth fishing tournament that was canceled. It was originally scheduled at Steinecker, and then moved to Matt Warner. But Matt Warner's road is even probably not going to happen. So we're moving that. We had the isolation tournament. So we held at Red Fleet, and that's about it. Not a whole lot going on at the gorge. We've got the burbot bash coming next weekend. Our trend netting showed the burbot numbers have gone back up. They were on a declining trend the last several years, and last year they came up a little bit. So we were hopeful to get more interest in the bash, but unfortunately, we don't have hardly any ice at the moment. Not really any ice in Utah, maybe just the backs of bays. But really the ice is only about to the confluence in Wyoming even. So that's just not a lot of ice. So far registration for the bash has been down. We'll see. Usually most people sign up the last week with it right now. See how it turns out. But yeah, like I said, not a whole lot going on at the gorge. Just due to conditions, and Yeah, the river is, the river. Always good. And not busy right now, so.
All right, Clint, Northern Region.
Yeah, so, I know that as I talked to Taylor about Willard, our last 2 years of stocking walleyes have made a significant increase in the number of walleye coming up. We've got a killer age class of probably 2-year-old fish this spring. They're 12 to 13s right now. For young years are a little bit smaller than that, but that 2-year-old age class will be a really good age class to push through the next probably 3 years. Are seeing a significant impact angling wise there on our larger walleyes. So he's kind of, we're still talking if there's going to be changes that way. The difficulty with that is those large fish produce a lot more eggs. And since we're still doing our spawning, our survival off of, we split the last couple of years, we split fish at certain sizes. And so those smaller fish had 1 lower fecundity and 2 lower survival on our eggs. We're going to talk probably next couple of weeks a little bit more as we start planning for walleye spawn again. But the hatchery are asking for more and bigger fish, just like our anglers are always doing. And we actually went and purchased some bigger bigger mesh nets, and you were part of that. So we can, Taylor ran a bunch of diagnostics, and I had a day where he dropped a 1 3/4 mesh net alongside the dike. And I don't know if it was Mickey was there that day, but we picked a lot of males, and that's only males out of that net. And so I complained to Taylor. I says, we can't do this, dude. And so we're going to use a larger mesh and see if we pick up bigger fish this year as part of that spawn. But we're not seeing a lot of fish over 24 inches, females over 24. We should have fish up to 28 there. And so I don't know if they're just being harvested. Data kind of looks that way. To kind of stop at 24 inches. So that's still to be determined, and he hasn't finished all of his analysis, and we haven't really had a chance to sit and talk about if there's going to be any changes or whatever. So the wiper looked awesome though this fall. They really did. We got a really good couple of age classes of wipers coming in. Been stocking these little 8-inch guys, and I got to take my boys out, and we did really well for as they grow. They're really there's a really good group of those. Bear Lake, they just finished the whitefish spawn. It was pretty hit or miss. I think some people found some whitefish. There's a concern with Eurasian water milfoil spreading throughout the lake and becoming another fish lake. Losing, some of that stuff, and so we're trying to find ways, forestry, fire, state lands, to control that. And they've been spraying and treating a bunch of different things, but we run that AIS station at the top of the canyon and coming in from the south side. But every time I'm leaving at 10 o'clock, all I do is pass boats coming in, and they're not being checked, they're not being stopped. So we have a lot of that that's still occurring.
So on that AIS front, when we talk about, aquatic vegetation, if we engage in control, right, we still need to engage in prevention of spread, introduction of new pieces, parts, descended muscle control, quagga muscle control, that's one thing. Have we talked about working with parks or working with Idaho to come up with, easy ways or reminders for people to remove stuff from their boats pre-launching and post-launching?
I don't know. Okay, I don't know. And I just found out Monday that there's a new private boat ramp that's going in. They removed the house, put in a like boat ramp. Right at our, like right where our spawning facility is on Swamp Creek. So that could be, you know, that could be another source, right? Like, so there's a lot of things that are going there, and there's so much boat traffic that you can't manage 24/7. You know, that's a hard one. That vegetation got taken by presumably kayakers and paddleboarders to Tony's Grove, and Forest Service had to close Tony's Grove down to treat Eurasian watermelon boil there this summer. That took over, that started to take over. So it's becoming an issue, right? Like we're getting more and more little spots here and there, and so the Cisco Disco is in 2 weekends, I believe. It's not this weekend, it's following weekend. But she has yet to see Cisco come in. She's using some drones and some underwater cameras to like see if she can see fish even when she's not there. She can pick those up and record those. See if fish are coming and going at hours that are not normal for them to run. Haven't heard anything from, we didn't sample East Canyon this year, and haven't heard anything about East Canyon. Pine View, as of, if you were looking at me, I was frantically texting. I received a text from a buddy as we were driving, Russ and I. So they're staging equipment for this new port ramp complex that they're doing, and the pipeline that we found out about because they were closing everything down this fall and weren't going to allow access. And we found out about a pipeline that was like want to go across the bottom of Pine View. They are staging equipment for both of those at Windsurfer, which is the only bay that was frozen last week on Pine View.
Only place to park, really.
Yeah, and so they're going to take that whole parking spot. So Browning will be the only place, and the caretaker probably this winter for people to park. But depending on who you are, you can catch fish or not. Like I just showed Tyler a picture, you know, that little, I don't know, 20-acre place. Well, it's not even that. It's maybe 10 acres, and that little bay had over 100 ice houses Saturday morning. So because of Central Region not freezing their waters, we have everybody.
We can turn down the temps.
Give him a hard time, because if he could freeze Jordanelle and Deer Creek, we'd have a lot less fishing pressure on ours. East Canyon, like I said, I don't have a whole lot of information there. Last Tuesday, the boat ramp on the Lost Creek was froze. I think that one's up for sampling this spring. Don't quote me on it. But if it is, that'd be a good one for people to come and pull some big cutthroats. So, we should have some pretty decent splay this if we're doing a spring sample this year in those nets. The Weaver River, of course, the lower part is turned off under Echo, but Weaver River has done very well this year. I'm looking, you'll see a proposal that will come through Blue Ribbon and Habitat Council as part of some bank stabilization and restoration work on Weaver, as well as Habitat and Pine View, all combined. Trying to combine a bunch of stuff and see if they'll let that fly. And then the Logan, I'll be presenting at AFS next month, but I'll be reaching out to Utah State and see what they have on brown trout movements throughout the system. That's part of my presentation. But the Logan's been doing really well and doesn't have as many issues as the Weaver, so pretty stable fishery. So, but that's all I have. So
Manaway?
Manaway, as of Tuesday afternoon, still had open water on the north side of the lake. It blew open. It was mostly frozen the 29th of December and blew open by the 30th in the afternoon because it rained on us all day. And it opened the whole reservoir. I have yet to see another person like venture out since everything's refroze.
I know two people that tried Saturday and it was too sketchy, so they ended up Pine View.
I drove past Rockport yesterday. It's froze over, but there's some good leads. I don't know if I'd get on there. There were guys on the south end, out there on the west side and over in the shallows by the state park. And looks a little sketchy to me.
There's a guy walked along the dam out on the ice, and I thought, man, that's not good.
1 to 5 inches. 1 to 5 inches is what I've got. Depending on where
Yeah, that's,
so
everybody's, oh, that's 4 inches there. It's one right over there.
There were no machines on the lake, so.
yeah, I've tried just to focus on Blue Ribbon stuff here. You know, we can talk ice conditions at lunch or whatever.
Thank you for limiting the scope. Anything else?
Oh, okay. Hit me up if you want to during lunchtime. If you have specific questions.
Sure. And I'll just, I'll get back to the council at the end of this because we allotted 30 minutes for each region. We're going to blow through this fairly quickly. It gives us an opportunity for you all to just pose general questions to the biologists while they're here on all things Blue Ribbon. But before we get there, we still have 2 regions to go. Let's jump to Calvin, Southeastern region.
All right, good morning. Yeah, my update will be pretty brief also. I spoke about Schofield at the last meeting, and fortunately you guys voted and gave it the thumbs up to be a Blue Ribbon fishery. So we've had, of course, a lot of pressure up there, and but fishing's been quite well. Just avoid the crowds and find some new areas that hasn't been a hole punched through, and you'll find fish. So ice is about 12 to 15 inches right now, and about a foot of snow up there. And they're expecting like 10 to 20 below temps this weekend. So be prepared if you go up there this week and try to do some fishing. Lower Fish Creek, I know Jordan probably could talk more about the flows, but I believe they started letting flows out probably end of October. About 3 or 4 CFS for winter flows going out. So that's great for the fishery down there. That'll definitely be a benefit for us. We are scheduled to survey Lower Fish Creek here in 2025. So it'll probably be next fall. We'll put those dates out onto the spreadsheet for the council if anybody wants to come out once we figure out when we can get in there and when the flows drop to a point where we can safely survey that stretch of river. Huntington Reservoir, again, it's been ice fishing great. We've had a lot of pressure up there because it's been one of the few you could get access to and ice early on. So, but a lot of good reports. Just expect 3 to 4 feet of snow and a lot of ice right now, and a lot of wind. So if you venture up there, prepare to stake everything down. Joe's Valley just iced up. It just capped recently. I don't have any ice thickness for you guys. If you do venture into any of the western shoreline or the coves, any of the shallow bays, just be careful. A lot of there's a lot of warm spring heads, and so it looks like it's froze solid, and you could walk out there on a ½ inch of ice, and you can go from a foot to 1 inch of ice pretty quickly out there. So just be cautious. Drill holes, take a spud bar, check your thickness as you head out on Joe's. And really the only other thing is we had a great spawn this year up at Duck Fork with our cutthroat trap. We were able to get all of our fish out. We produced like 77,000 fish off of that little trap up there. It's been just phenomenal for us. And so I think going now in the future, that trap will mostly be a sport fish, using that for a sport fishery production for like Electric Lake, Huntington Creek, and some other reservoirs. And we've pretty much have stocked out all of our conservation needs for fish throughout the Farron Drainage and Range Creek with our big treatments that we did in 2018. So but yeah, very successful trap, and ran really well for us this year. So that's all I really have for you guys.
Thanks, Calvin. Nick, and just to mention to Nick, or before we get to Nick, what I want to do is go through, these are just general updates as to conditions, the situation that we have revolving around Blue Ribbon Fisheries, and then I'm going to start at the beginning again with Central Region and just ping these guys to give you a brief snapshot of what they have in the way of upcoming projects that you will see officially in March. So we're going to go one more time around, and then we'll finish up questions from you all to all of the regions collectively, and then we can continue those conversations into lunch. That makes sense. Okay. Hey, Nick.
All right, thanks, Craig. So I have a few slides, so I'll try sharing my screen here.
Overachiever.
I got a little, Trina sent an email. I got a little worried. It looked like we each had like 15 to 20 minutes. So
you're good, Ben.
I didn't want you looking at me that long, so I figured I'd do a slideshow. So can you guys see my slideshow now?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'll be quick. So I'll start with just kind of general conditions. So in terms of ice, kind of similar to other regions, I think we're to the point where most of our higher elevation lakes have safe ice, and reports of decent fishing. So like Fish Lake, Panguitch Lake, but then our mid elevation lakes are still kind of sketchy. It's been pretty cold the last few days, so maybe this is starting to change, but like Otter Creek, Minersville, probably still need to be pretty careful if you try and go out on those lakes. In terms of water or snowpack, so things look pretty good up north, but it's not looking so good in the south right now. So we need a lot more snow in these next few months. We just keep getting missed with the storms. I'll try and go through each of our Blue Ribbon waters pretty quickly. So Lake Powell, kind of some of the big monitoring there happens in the fall. I talked to Dan, our Lake Powell biologist. He gave me some updates. So he said the fall netting looked really good, especially for walleye and black crappie. They saw abundant forage fish, especially threadfin shad. So that's a good sign. As always, water level is important. So if we can get a good snowpack and get increasing lake levels and inundating brush and that sort of thing, that always helps. So watch the water level. And then they're planning an angler survey or a creel survey for 2025. Our Washington County reservoirs, so there's 3 Blue Ribbon warm water reservoirs in Washington County, so Gunlock, Quail, and Sand Hollow. So I think I've mentioned that we kind of revisited we created a new management plan there that incorporated all 3 of those Blue Ribbon fisheries. So that was last winter. So we started implementing that. Most of the management actions that we're implementing are centered around increasing harvest. We need a lot more harvest, especially on like largemouth bass at Sand Hollow and crappie at Gunlock. So regulation changes went into place at the start of the year, basically in trying to allow for and encourage more harvest. But there'll be some other management actions that we implement over the next few years related to that management plan. So during the winter, kind of slower fishing, but it should really be good this spring, especially Gunlock. There should be really good fishing in late spring and early summer. There's also a new reservoir that's going to be coming online, I think, in 2027. Chief Toker, I think, is the name. It's right off I-15 before you get to St. George. It'll most likely, I think it will be motorless. Anyway, it could be a pretty nice reservoir. Kolob Reservoir, I think I gave you kind of a more detailed update on it after we did our netting last spring, but the netting looked good. And then that was kind of confirmed with positive angler reports. A year ago, we got a lot of complaints about Kolob, but this year we haven't heard anything but positive reports. So it's looking good. We're planning an angler survey or a creel survey there this year, and then probably revise the management plan next winter, a year from now. It's been probably 15, 16 years since the original management plan, and some things have changed. And so we'll plan on revisiting it. When we do that, we'd love to invite or have someone from Blue Ribbon kind of represent Blue Ribbon on that committee that revises the plan. Panguitch Lake looked pretty good. The trout fishery looked good. We saw a few, I can't remember if we saw wipers in our nets, but we had reliable angle reports of catching wiper that we stocked a year ago, and they looked healthy and were doing well. But the big concern is Utah chub. We did a treatment 20 years ago to remove Utah chub. We didn't see any for a long time. 2020 they showed up, and then they were really dense the last couple of years, but we're optimistic with predators we can control them. We've had good luck with that at Otter Creek and Minersville. What Calvin's seen at Schofield is encouraging. So we've been stocking wipers. We also put in some tiger muskie. We have good numbers of big tiger trout and quite a few cutthroats. So we're hoping we can control the Utah chub without needing to even think about a rotenone treatment. The dam, if you remember, there was a lot of concern about the dam last spring. They kind of solved the initial problem, and now they're in the kind of planning process of really fixing it. The initial plan, it looks like, is going to be to rebuild or build a whole new dam behind the current dam. And so we're working with the water users, and hopefully, kind of one thing we've always wanted to do would be to incorporate a drain, basically try and pull water from a deeper part of the lake. It's water that's more anoxic, more nutrient rich. So hopefully we can work something out with that. So I think we're excited about it. Hopefully that can be a good thing. Otter Creek Reservoir, it's doing well. Our netting looked good, good reports. We don't have a conservation pool at Otter Creek, but the way the water is managed there, they have to keep some water for delivery in the winter and spring. And so even though we don't have a conservation pool, it usually can handle all but the really worst drought conditions. And so right now, even with the snowpack, we're not too worried about Otter Creek. Minersville looks good. Reports of really good fishing this year. We have a conservation pool there. We usually get it. We don't always get it. Essentially, if the reservoir is above 10,000 acre feet on April 1st, we get our conservation pool, and you can see we're already above that, and it just keeps filling from now until April 1st. So we will get our conservation pool. So Minersville should be fine for the next year. Fish Lake, you should be able to do really well right now for perch and smaller trout. There's a big monitoring effort underway. I think I mentioned last meeting, our goal is to revise the management plan in 2027. I think that'll be 13 years since it was last looked at. We completed an angler survey last year in 2024. So just a couple quick results from that. So we see a pretty high use at Fish Lake. So this is the total number of angler hours. This is what we estimate the total angler use is at Fish Lake compared to other years. So we're about where we have been in the past on a per acre basis. This is comparable with like Strawberry Reservoir. So we get a lot of use at Fish Lake on a per acre basis. A couple interesting things we saw was the shore angling was up. So that's the kind of the gray bar that represents the shore angling. So we did see an increase there. And shore fishing is really tough at Fish Lake because of the band of Eurasian water milfoil. And we're wondering, or kind of attributing that increase to the marina upgrades that we did a few years ago. That actually ended up increasing kind of the amount of shoreline that has access to deeper water where you can potentially cast past that Eurasian water milfoil. It increased it by about 750 feet. And to give you some context, kind of one of the only places you could do that before was where Twin Creeks enters the lake. And that offers about 150, 175 feet of fishing. So those marinas really did increase the amount of area people can shore fish. The other thing I wanted to mention was the I think our effort would have been even higher, but the ice conditions were relatively poor compared to like 2017. So there's the upgraded marina to kind of give you an idea of what I was talking about. Another notable thing we saw was a big change in what anglers were targeting. So we always ask anglers what species of fish, if any, they're targeting. So you can see it's been pretty somewhat consistent with lake trout, kind of between 2 and 5% of people targeting those. And then yellow perch really established in the 90s, so it really increased and peaked in 2017. But then this year we saw a giant jump in the number of people targeting lake trout and a decline in the people targeting perch. So lake trout, we're guessing at least part of that is just driven by the lake trout population, especially the trophy lake trout population. We've seen a big increase in the number of trophy lake trout, which is one of the main goals of the management plan. So I think it's translated to more people targeting them. The yellow perch, there's a few things that might be going on there with less people targeting them. Like I mentioned, the ice conditions weren't great in 2024, so that's part of it. I talked to Taylor and Tyler. Taylor mentioned that some of the perch fisheries in his region were doing really well, and so Fish Lake gets a lot of anglers from the Wasatch Front, so it's very possible that some of those anglers were just staying closer to home in 2024, where they had good yellow perch opportunities closer by. So those were a few results from the angler survey. Boulder Mountain 2025 should provide good fishing. We had a pretty rough drought years there for a while, and then a really harsh winter in 2023, and we lost a lot of lakes, especially on top, but we're coming out of that, so I think we'll have a lot of lakes successfully over winter, so 2025 should be good. And then I wanted to just present some data we got from some monitoring we did this summer. So one of the big problems we face on Boulder Mountain is it's kind of known for trophy brook trout, but some of our lakes, when they get fertile brook trout in them, they overpopulate, and we end up with just a bunch of stunted, skinny 11, 12-inch brook trout. We used to treat those with rotenone. That's becoming less and less practical as it gets more and more scarce, expensive, and more politically costly to implement. So we tried a few different management actions to try and address stunted populations without the use of rotenone. So I'll present some results from Donkey Lake. It's a lake, so it can grow really big brook trout, but this is a fish from a netting survey a few years ago. So just lots of, like I said, skinny 11 to kind of 13-inch brook trout, not doing very well. So we did a couple things. We stocked tiger muskie in 2019. This was based off some work that was done in Idaho. I think they were actually trying to eradicate brook trout from stunted populations up there. And they weren't able to eradicate them just with tiger muskie, but they reduced the numbers enough that they changed the size structure and got trophy fish. So that's kind of was the idea where we got that idea from. So we stocked tiger muskie. We also liberalized harvest limits, so you can now keep 16 trout at Donkey. It's a lake you can access and ice fish a lot of years. And so if people can get in there and ice fish when it first freezes over, we got a lot of harvest there. So here's a graph showing the length in inches, weight in pounds, and then that WR, that's relative weight. So it's just a measure of basically how healthy a fish is. So a measure of 100 is kind of a fish that's in good condition. So you can see we had a lot of kind of 10 to 13-inch brook trout, kind of half pound, and then their condition or relative weight was kind of low. So the box plots here, the boxes are showing essentially the middle line is the median. The box is kind of 75% of the fish we saw fell in that range, and then 90% fell within the error bars. So like I said, we implemented those management actions. So the regulation changes were 2016, I believe. 2019, we stuck the tiger muskie. And so we've been monitoring it since then. So we saw an increase in length over time. So you can see we've got a lot of kind of 14 to 17 or 16, even 17-inch fish in there now. Weight has increased, so we've got a lot of 1.5 to 2 pound brook trout, and then relative weight's also gone up. So most of the fish there are above 100, so the fish are in really good condition. So it's doing just what we wanted. It'll be interesting to see how this continues. We've also had some drought years, like in 2020, 2021, 2022, where the fish may not have had really successful spawns, so that can be contributing. So we'll keep an eye on it, but it's really encouraging. We've tried this at a couple other lakes too. So to be able to move a stunted population to a trophy population without a rotenone treatment is exciting. I think I mentioned last time there's a the landscape scale habitat project being planned for Boulder Mountain. Essentially, it's all related to how to deal with the massive fuel load that has been built up on the mountain and threatens the fisheries. But I think a lot of good will come out of it. The East Fork of the Sevier River, so we electrofished in 2023 and 2024. It looked great. There's some grazing issues we're working through, but nothing crazy. The East Fork's doing well. Clear Creek, there was extensive monitoring in 2024 related to our cutthroat surveys. Things look good. There's a lot of 10 to 14-inch cutthroat trout, some bigger tiger trout. Some tiger trout up to 16 inches. Probably the biggest thing was, so we treated Clear Creek a little over 10 years ago now, I think, and reestablished native fish in the drainage. And we had non-native brown trout and rainbow trout show back up in one of the tributaries a few years ago. We retreated it, got them out, and then the sampling last year, things still look okay. So I don't think there's going to be a need to retreat anything on the main stem of Clear Creek. So it's looking good. So that was all I had. So I can take questions if anyone has them.
So Nick, we'll do questions for the entire state team of all 5 biologists when we get done. Just before I loop back to Tyler in the central region, you mentioned your broader project that you had there as far as treating or addressing fuel loads on the boulders. Do you have any other Blue Ribbon projects that you anticipate putting in for the fiscal year 26 mix? Just not anything in depth, but just kind of a quick snapshot of what you have coming forward, if anything.
Yeah, for 2026, this Boulder Mountain stuff, it's still too early for that. We're just in the kind of the planning stages, so you won't see a project related to that this year, but likely in the future. For 2026, all we have will be the biologist funding that we ask for every year, and then we also have a project doing some upgrades to the walkway along Twin Creeks at Fish Lake. So the idea, Blue Ribbon helped fund the walkway originally. I think it's been 6 or 7 years now. So it's in need of a little bit of maintenance, just some maintenance related work and kind of some upgrades. We're also, it looks like we're going to be using it, relying on it for some kokanee spawning efforts we wanted to fix it up. So that's a project you'll see. Those are our only 2.
Cool. Thanks, Nick. Tyler, what do you get coming forward to the council?
The only one that is officially in our direct region is I have a Jordanelle Habitat Improvement Project. Kind of similar stuff that Clint's been doing at Pine View. We're going to start trying to tackle that at Jordanelle and Deer Creek. We don't have any legal official paperwork completed yet, but we have verbal approval from the water users, Central Utah, which is probably the biggest step you need to get most of the approval. So they allowed us to proceed with the funds. I won't be at the meeting on Thursday, so I'll probably get a little more detail on it right now. Since it's from the project, we have a pay for performance leadership development class in St. George that day. I'm not quite sure how we scheduled a DNR training the day of habitat project proposals, but none of us really knew about that clearly. So we're going to implement a lot of structures. What I plan to do is start in 5-year plan, start kind of each area on Jordanelle, move around the lake. Same thing in Deer Creek. This first proposal is just Jordanelle. It's a 5-year for Jordanelle, 4-year for Deer Creek. And this is probably the biggest stretch of habitats. What we're planning to do is do the Provo arm. It's a no wake zone, heavily used for fishermen due to the fact that they can't have the wakeboarders and jet skiers running through them. And although water drops significantly at times, we're looking at upwards of 120 structures going into just that Provo arm, no wake zone area, and in that region. These structures just keep getting more and more expensive. So it's a large cost. It's $40,000 overall. We're trying to split that between Habitat Council and Blue Ribbon.
What's that, Deer Creek?
Jordanelle.
Jordanelle.
Just
What
Jordanelle.
part of it?
The Provo arms where the Provo River comes in, that rock creek
Extending that or?
Yeah, so
'Cause
that
right now it's,
we'll keep the no wake zone. We're not doing anything with the no wake zone yet, but just habitat structures.
Okay.
So these similar things that you guys know for Clint's project before, it's a $35,000 ask, and trying to split that up with Habitat Council and Blue Ribbon like we've done in the past for other projects.
Is that mostly for perch or is it for everything?
A lot of perch. Our perch numbers are, well, besides when Josue and I went out tiger muskie shocking this fall, we thought perch were being near non-existent. Our net numbers, our electron fishing numbers went from hundreds to handfuls. So perch just seemed like they just disappeared in those low water years, which is common when you don't have low water.
So it's
So we're
the
trying to,
habitat to bring the perch back or is it for everything?
both. These high water years have been great. I think that's helped with the perch. I think the trees are actually staying flooded late in the year so they can get to a size where they can escape. But prior to 2023, we had 50–60% reservoir where it's just a rock bottom. They don't have anywhere to live in. We're planning for those low water years, getting deep water habitat for when that water does drop, they still have somewhere to fight and survive.
You get the refugia for the forage base, but you also get fishing tractors for anglers. And with increased forage, you get a benefit to your apex predators as far as growth, as far as condition. And, you know, it's holistic. It does start to finish, top to bottom. It really, if it works, if we do enough of it, nationally, we're starting to showcase that it is impacting what they call paraphyton, so your phytoplankton, your plankton growth to start with, and that food chain, everything just kind of cascades up. And it provides that in addition to cover, in addition to targeted angling opportunities. It's a win-win-win, really.
The history of reservoirs, they get 30 to 40 years old, which is what we're at with Jordanelle, and fish production just drops. It's a common trend throughout the country on man-made reservoirs. We're at that point, it's just, we're actually seeing it. Yeah, we probably had some extreme drought years that sped it up a little quicker than we should have, but we get complaints that smallmouth bass isn't like it used to be, and we're getting slow growing smallmouth bass, but they don't have the food because we don't have the perch to provide them. If we can get the perch back, the smallmouth can eat, live in these structures, anglers can target them. We put a lot of predators at Jordanelle since the management plan went in, and we got to do something to kind of offset some of that low forage because of our low water last year. So I would love if you guys funded it. We got a big funding request this year from a lot of projects, it looks like. But Jordanelle's been a Blue Ribbon water, got reevaluated. We're going to go through it this year, and I think it's worthwhile of a funding source. And I think it's going to be 5 years. Don didn't want us to do any habitat projects for less than a multiple year stint. So not saying I'm asking for 5 years of money, but expect this same proposal to come in some fashion with the same amount of money asked.
Now, part and parcel, one of the reasons why we have to get approval from irrigation districts, we have to get approval from the land management agency that owns the reservoir, the Bureau of Reclamation in most instances. The personnel turnover and the hoops and hurdles that we have to negotiate to get that done. If we're going to do that, we're going to do it for multiple years. We're going to create a master plan that is a wide swath of the reservoir coverage rather than doing one-offs, because when we do one-offs, what we've encountered is it takes sometimes 2 years to go through all the approvals. We're going to have to do that, and let's do it for a large project and get pre-approved to do things over a multi-year time frame, which is, I commend these guys. That in and of itself, and trying to have that foresight of how expansive we want to be and what structures we want where, what depths we want them with a drastically fluctuating reservoir is a task in and of itself. So,
yeah, Jordanelle and Deer Creek have a lot of water that flows through, so we got to be cautious on how we're putting these structures in, which is huge, because if we have big runoff years like we had, there's a chance that these structures don't move, but when we're having as much water as flown into Jordanelle in that area in the last 2 years, it's changed a lot. There's been a lot of debris that's brought in. Lower River Mouth has changed. So it's taken a lot of planning. I spent the last year working on this thing. We finally just, what was it? In 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago, I finally got kind of verbal approval from the water users to say, this is something we can work with. It's not a guarantee my plan's going to stick, but they said proceed with asking for funds given our deadline. I'm partnering them from the future together. We hope that it's one giant plan for Jordanelle and Deer Creek, since they're like essentially the same water. They're technically different water users to an extent, and we're trying to make the plan in one. So all funding requests will be for both reservoirs from here on out. This year first is just Jordanelle because of the size of Jordanelle versus the size of Deer Creek. We went 5 years versus 4 years. That's my project. Mike or Chris will be in the Habitat meeting on that our next Blue Ribbon meeting. I don't know if I'll be able to attend virtually or not pending this leadership training. But Mike and Chris are both very versed on what I've proposed and what we're doing. So of course, Mike he's been around for 20 some years and has attempted some of this. Chris is on board as well. So you guys will get to see them in March versus me.
Northeast region, you guys projects coming forward.
We've got a couple, got one from Brian, the Strawberry River Restoration Project Phase 3. He's actually at a same training this week, so I haven't really had a chance to talk to him. He's got a meeting tomorrow about that, so we'll have more of an update I can share with everybody. But he's just, it's just again asking for the council for money to restore the river and hopefully get it back up to the blue ribbon status that it had before. I was there this fall, and it does have some decent amount of fish that are going back up in there. So it looks promising. Yeah, and then Jordan has one as well.
Yeah, I think I'll save mine for the discussion after lunch.
Got
it ties right in. So.
All right. Calvin.
All right, so we have 2 projects we're proposing out of our office. The first one is the Gordon Creek Watershed Restoration Project. We presented this last year to the councils and it was approved. However, we ran into a snag with our stream alteration permit and the Army Corps. Typically, we can turn around and get that permit done in 45 days and get the contractor out. This isn't anything new for anybody in the division. We've had everyone's had issues with getting these permits finalized, and the turnaround's been 2 to 3 months and versus 45 days or longer. So we're going to be resubmitting that proposal. We're working on the stream alteration permit and the permitting right now. So by July, we'll have everything done and can hire contractors if funded. So the other project proposal is Electric Lake access. Pacific Corps has asked the division if we could help them out on maintaining the access road on the south end of the Electric Lake Dam. It's the only road access for anglers to the shoreline along Electric off of Highway 31. It's about a half mile to 3/4 mile long. And they were asking some help from our heavy equipment crew to help get the big ruts and kind of help grade that out for them. They don't have the equipment to do that, and so they've asked us to help out with some funding there. So it's just going to be a few $1,000s. So those are the two ones coming from our office. Trout Unlimited has a project for Huntington Creek and its tributaries. I'm not sure if it's going to be presented to Blue Ribbon or if it's going through WRI and just for the WRI funding. Jordan might know more, but we've been part of that project also to help rehab some of the headwater tributaries to Left Fork and the right fork of Huntington Creek from the Sealy fire.
WRI.
It's going to WRI. Okay.
We may not need it.
Yeah, and it's a pricey project too, with everything that It's needed to be done and wants to be done up there. So the price tag's pretty high for all phases of that too.
Okay. And last but not least, Clint, Northern Region, what do you get coming up?
I have a big ask.
No.
So, I mean, Tyler's right. And I've been at putting in structures for, I think Sorno put the first ones in, if I looked at my dates right, 2018. So I have kind of lumped a bunch of stuff together, and I don't know if this is going to fly or not. I don't know if Tyler's going to let me do this, but I submitted a project proposal to work on adding habitat structures to 2 community fisheries, Bountiful Pond and to Andy Adams Reservoir, based on our creel survey that we're still in the final stages of getting all that data put together. But between those 2 ponds, there's 160 structures going in between those 2. Then I have an ask for money for more habitat structures for Pine View, which is about another 180 structures. And then I have talked with the Forest Service. I have not talked to the irrigation company yet, but State Line Reservoir, I'd like to do some shoreline stuff with the fish hiding. It's a recycled vinyl. Russ has seen these, but these are the really short ones. Are called they're ultra fine cradles. And I want to see if I can create something that we can grow some scuds along shoreline. There's a little heartburn about boats and anglers with these from the Forest Service. But they're soft structures. They're way softer than the logs that are floating in the reservoir. But I'm hoping that I can move forward with that. And then the last is 3 bank repair locations on the Weaver River. So right now I'm at about $150,000, probably plus or minus 10. As a ask for Blue Ribbon and Habitat Council. I'm also going to apply for Bass Pro's large grant. Have Johnny Morris give us some money for doing some of these habitat projects. And I may ask Rocky Mountain Anglers as well to see if they'll do that. Muskie's Inc. chapter has been super supportive of these efforts because they realize that perch are a favorite food of muskies. And so every time we increase perch numbers, we increase survival of tiger muskies. So I fished these new structures that we put in May, fished them in late November with a buddy, and man, we killed the fish. So there's a lot of young a year, a lot of small fish that utilize these structures. And I've got a total of how many structures I put in. I have like, off the top of my head. In Echo, just trying to put together a very large project. Has a lot of structures with it because we're seeing some value and some use by fish, by anglers, and young a year for survival. So I think going forward, this will be probably pretty similar, maybe minus the community fishery ask. And so that's the only project that I have that's going through. Penny has one specifically for some dock stuff, but he's got some other money kind of already earmarked for that. We'll come through anyways. So, but that's mine. It's kind of daunting to think about. But we had some severe erosion on a project that we had that Sorno did in 2019 or so on an easement, and the grazer called me and said, "Hey, we lost like 15 feet of bank," and I thought, "There's no way." And the ends of the rock barbs that were at the very edge of the shoreline, when I went there last fall, were sitting in the middle of the river channel. The anchor rocks are beyond, they're still sitting in the water and everything washed out behind them. So, and it was not a high water. Like we lost 15 linear feet, like lateral feet of bank for 150 feet this year. So figured if I'm getting a hoe and a crew to come and work, I've got a couple other places we have some issues on some walk and access ground. So that's why. It's a little bit bigger than normal.
30 minutes of drinking from a fire hose, both on, what we've got in the way of fishing conditions at Blue Ribbon Waters in the regions, as well as what we're going to have coming up as far as, you got another one?
I got one last thing. I forgot. So during this meeting, I received a text from Bert. Wanted everybody in Blue Ribbon to know that Lee Rasmussen, who was a past member of Blue Ribbon, big guy in the fishing community, that Lee passed away and they have a funeral. So if you're interested in those kind of details, hit me up during lunch or afterwards. Sorry, don't leave with that. I forgot. Thank you.
All right, P. Lee, that's a loss. Anyway, so yeah, drinking from a fire hose for 30 minutes, both on the conditions as well as the potential projects coming down the pipe for fiscal year 26 standpoint. Now and through lunch is your opportunity to just, pose questions, come up if you have suggestions or thoughts on maybe how to tweak projects or thoughts on maybe additional projects that you might like to see at a regional level or on a particular water body. Go for it. I mean, ask questions, share your thoughts. This is your opportunity to do so with the bios that are all here today. It hopefully gave you a snapshot as to how well things are doing from a fishing standpoint in Utah as a result of this group's efforts, as well as other efforts, but this group's efforts specifically over the past 20 some odd years. In addition to kind of the breadth of things that we put forward to and what you can anticipate seeing. I think it was brought up a few times. Reservoir habitat has dwindled through the years as a result of aging reservoirs. It's something that we are going to address as a division moving forward, and you're going to see more and more of, with the understanding that it does provide a variety of benefits to the fisheries that we have out there that are flatwater fisheries. So, gosh, what now?
I just want to know because we've had this conversation, sure, this BOR issue that we have on these reservoirs. Has there been any headway of a new person that's in place that you know of?
No, and like many federal agencies, you have a lot of personnel turnover, right? Because they promote by changing duty stations. That's how they actually ascend their ladder and get raises, if you will. So we constantly have a new person that we deal with. I haven't heard anything. However, it's not as dire as it was 10 years ago, where, we had probably a 5-year period where we had initially negotiated with people about putting structures in reservoirs, and then we didn't talk to anybody for 5 years, and all of the documentation was lost and everything. The way that we do business now, we actually have templates for agreements, both with the irrigation company and with the Bureau. They are aware of that, so there's still an awareness within their culture, which is good. So I don't think it's going to be as drastic as it was 10 years ago, where we had to basically start from scratch, renegotiate, explain why we're doing what we want to do. They know that already. It's just personality based that we're going to have to kind of negotiate. Hopefully we'll establish a relationship and it will be maintained for 5 years rather than
get a 10-year MOU for a suite of habitats.
Well, and yeah, as we run into these issues, maybe that's what we're trying to do with these larger projects, right? Maybe it's more of a broader agreement statewide where we say, hey, I don't know, we'll see, but we'll get there.
I was just curious. Sorry,
I digress. The forum is the council's to pose questions.
I do have one more. It's minor. It's a project that Mike and I are doing with the Northeast region. Just another rope gnome project. Fall Creek drainage starts this year, so asking for the same money we pretty much always ask for to get equipment in and conduct a rope gnome project that I think is nearing the end of rope gnome projects north or the south slope. It's about the same monies, I think $57,000 probably what we've always asked for there. I think Brian is technically going to propose it, but Mike and I are the ones actually taking the lead on a lot of work that's being done in that.
Is that a horse one?
Yes. Yeah, we're 13 miles in, horse only deal. So short project. Mike doesn't want to do less than 2 years because he knows the history of getting burned by not doing it, but we're treating 2 water bodies. One is relatively deep, which is unfortunate. And we're only treating 5-6 miles of stream. We found a lot of fishless water, which is really good. So we're going to gain, I think, upwards of 17 miles of potential fish stockable water, but we only have to treat like 5 miles of water, which is really good. There's some complex little areas of wet meadows that fish can hide in, but a lot of it seems to be a very, very simple treatment. Besides the 2 lakes that we're really worried about, because of one of them is like 38 feet deep is what we mapped it out to. And paddle boating, rope known in, it's not always the easiest thing to accomplish. So, but the stream wise, it should be really good. But yeah, that's our last kind of proposal. I think, like I said, Brian's going to propose it. He's proposed all these other ones, but it is kind of ran by Mike and myself. So. Okay, I'm done. I'm done talking.
Sure.
Whit and I are done.
You guys are worse than the owl. No, you guys go ahead, ask questions, post suggestions. It's an opportunity for you to really kind of put your finger in it if you want to, or say, looks good to me, whatever you want to do. The official votes on projects, again, will be in March. Your scoring of those projects will be in March. We'll go over that a little later in the agenda. But, you know, before these guys submit proposals to the database, this might be an opportunity for you to, you know, suggest some subtle tweaks that might be well received. So,
Since I'm new, what are the timeframes? When are proposals like yours on Jordan Hill, which I'm very interested in, going to be available to read? I mean,
so
when does that happen?
So the timeline of all this, technically submissions to be evaluated for consideration of funds was the 10th of January, last Friday. So all these projects that we just talked about are already submitted.
To where?
So WRI watershed.
We'll go over the database later on during the project scoring part of this. And I'll walk you through the portal and how to get in there and look at things.
And Trina will have a link to each of those in a spreadsheet. So every project that's asking for Blue Ribbon money, if it's not for anything else but Blue Ribbon, or if it's with Blue Ribbon and Habitat Council or other funds, there will be a link there in the spreadsheet, and you all you have to do is click on that. It brings up the project proposal, and you can read all that stuff.
Yep.
I just got that list yesterday as the regional chair to spread out and kind of disperse. So that's still coming. That has to kind of broken out.
But for the person that's entering the project information, what we would term a PI, principal investigator, they have the ability to edit that until the last minute, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So if you all have heard of a project, pose a question, and for instance, Tyler's like, well, we're not doing concrete structures because X, Y, or Z. And you're like, hey, well, maybe you want to try a concrete. I've seen these things, the reef balls. Maybe you try a reef ball or whatever. Just throwing this out there. Not that you guys would say this, but, and he would say, well, you know, that's a good idea. I can go in and I can add these to that proposal. So that's the opportunity now, without looking at the full blown proposal, just, you know, throw out some questions, and then we'll go over the portal here, and Trina will share the project link with you, and you'll be able to go in. And even at that point, prior to scoring, you all will be able to go in and make suggestions or comments, I will say.
A lot of these projects are not just by us. There are habitat bios in our office. So, like in the central region, we got a few guys that all they do is propose projects, and then they kind of move money around. And if it falls in the ribbon realm, they can maybe ask for some ribbon money. A lot of the stuff that we're doing, it's how it is. But it's a whole scope of things. Blue Ribbon's just a minor input of where this money is. It's $400-some thousand compared to WRI's in the millions of monies. Some of these projects people submit are $10 million projects, and they're asking for $2 million from WRI to do something like that. And it's a large scope. We're on the smaller realm.
1 million. Well, we're capped at 1.
Sorry, 1 million. 1 million. Well, yeah, it's crazy to see some of these projects I go through and how big of a scope these projects are. And then we're over here asking for $50,000 in habitat structures, and somebody else is asking for $200,000 to do some cutting and burning or something like that. It's a crazy realm. But yeah, Trina will have all that for you, I would assume, in the next couple of weeks, now that everything is going through.
But Craig's right, there's a lot of changes. I pulled things that are not written down yet in that proposal, because I haven't finalized all of my contact with DOR and the irrigation company.
You basically create a placeholder, then you can edit it.
Yeah,
until the last minute.
because I need to make sure I have those ducks in a row.
Lunch is actually here. And again, I think most of us are capable of talking and eating. Let's go grab lunch. And first and foremost, before we go grab lunch, did what I said resonate? Do you know what I'm kind of asking you all to do if you want to do that and engage with the biologists? Okay. All right. So kind of wrap your mind around that as you begin consuming some calories and feeding your gray matter, and then we can come back and we can interact less formally for an hour or so. It is right outside, right on the other side of this back wall over here, or front wall or side wall, or however you want to. Going again, we're a few minutes behind, but nothing critical. Jordan Detler has some information he wants to present on the Diamond Mountain Fisheries. Take it away.
Thanks, Craig. I feel like Trina kind of set me up going right after lunch. Hopefully I can keep everybody awake. Thanks for the opportunity to share a little update on Diamond Mountain today.
Over here. Try putting the cursor back on that thing, and now there we go.
All right, you guys all familiar with Diamond Mountain, Diamond Mountain Lake?
I have no idea where it's at.
Oh, yeah.
Is it in Utah?
It is.
Good.
Northeastern Utah, tucked up in northern Uintah County, pretty close to the Uintah-Daggett County line. That map's not great for size right now, but so the Diamond Mountain Lakes are 3 impoundments on the Pot Creek drainage, flows from west to east, and there's a few more. It flows into Colorado. There's a couple smaller reservoirs there, and it eventually confluences with the Green River in Canyon of Lador, although it rarely flows all the way to the Green River anymore. Matt Warner, sorry, go ahead.
Is that because of the, they're taking water out?
Yeah, and just long-term drought. You know, we're seeing, it used to flow year-round, Pot Creek, but it doesn't really do that much anymore. It did in 2023 with all the wonderful snow that we got. Matt Warner is at about 7,500 feet. Then there's Calder down here, and Krause is like 7,200 feet. Yeah, Diamond Mountain is it's a limited entry buck and bull unit. If you haven't been there before, you've got some steep mountains up there that are covered in trees, wooded, and then a lot of open kind of valleys, and, meadows. So it's kind of a unique area. I'll turn on the camera.
See if I can do this without messing things up.
Close to the thing. Or no, that's the.
I'm trying.
If you hit Control E, that'll do it too.
What happened?
You need to turn on your camera.
There you go.
You got it. Okay.
So Diamond Mountain. Let's see, lost. There we go. It's known for producing very fat and healthy fish. There's a lot of nutrients, especially phosphorus in the drainage. So there's a ton of nutrients, and therefore an incredible forage base. Chironomids almost the size of your pinky. Not quite that big, but close. So yeah, just tons of food for the fish to eat. So they're typically fat, even when they're small. They usually grow pretty fast, and it's a very important set of fisheries specifically for people in the Uintah Basin. They're pretty popular. The downside of the high nutrients is we also struggle with frequent winter fish kills. So 2022 and 2023, we had back-to-back winter fish kills. Didn't find anything in our nets when we netted in the spring. And again, that's, obviously water level, the long-term drought doesn't help things, but also the high nutrients is just, there's a lot of decomposition, a lot of consumption of oxygen that occurs during the ice period. And, you start, as soon as it freezes over, you have a set budget of oxygen. There's not really any more coming in. You're not gaining any more, you're only losing it. And sometimes we basically run out of oxygen before the ice comes off. In recent years, another thing that we have to deal with the high nutrients is obviously harmful algal bloom. That's another problem in the summers and even into the fall when water temperatures are elevated. But we did catch a break in 2023. So I guess I'll back up a little bit to the map. So for the last 14 years or so, almost decade, we've only had enough water for Matt Warner and Calder. And Krause was kind of sacrificed. We just didn't have enough water for it. And we've managed Matt Warner as just a traditional trout fishery, standard statewide regulations. And at Calder, we've managed that more as a trophy fishery with special regulations. No, you can only use artificial flies and lures, and only keep one fish over 22 inches. But like I said, in 2023, all three filled and spilled. We had water for all three reservoirs. They were all full. So we started in 2023 stocking Krause as a fishery as well. So right about when I started up there in 2022, some of the previous biologists acquired funding, non-point source funding through Division of Water Quality for a water circulation system. So this is a solar bee water circulator. The diagram's pretty small, but you have this intake hose that's set about 8 feet below the surface, and there's an auger at the top of this dish, and it basically creates suction, so it's pulling water up from about 8 feet, and then at the top there's this dish, and it just kind of spreads out in all directions, and that water, you know, kind of moves out to the side, and eventually in the summertime that water is colder and denser than what's at the surface, so eventually it drops down and you get this circulation effect. Now they've tried a couple different things, specifically at Calder Reservoir. Before the solar bee, they tried some windmill aerators and solar powered aerators, and basically what they found was, you know, you have this bubbler down at the bottom, and all that oxygen is in gas form pretty much, so it just comes straight up to the top. So it was keeping open water, but there was no circulation, and they would take dissolved oxygen readings, and basically you could be just a couple feet from that open column of air bubbles and have little to no oxygen. It just wasn't going anywhere. It was just coming and escaping straight out the top. So this was kind of taking it in a different direction, trying to circulate the water and get the oxygen to spread out more. So we actually installed it in 2022, fall of 22, and it stopped working. So we didn't get any really good data on it that first winter, but this last winter of 23-24, it functioned. We got the malfunctioning parts corrected and replaced, and we started doing some monitoring with drones. So drone flights to try to quantify the amount of open water. And this is just like a quick time lapse of kind of what it did into January, February. It got a lot colder and closed up pretty good. March 6th was the last flight that we did. And this is just a graph of what we saw in terms of the area of open water. So open water in square feet. And there was a period here in January that we didn't do a flight, but we went and looked at it, and there was like no open water. It was still spinning, but it had pretty much closed up right around it. But that's basically what it did. You know, when it gets really cold, it can still function, but you'll reduce your open water area. So throughout last winter, we went to all three reservoirs and collected oxygen profiles, where we go drill a hole, drop a DO logger, or a DO meter down, and take measurements every meter. This is Krause Reservoir. So these are readings from January 17th, February 1st, and March 6th. And as you can see, that oxygen, so this is depth in meters, and then oxygen, dissolved oxygen in the water. And you can see as the winter progressed, we just got less and less oxygen. We were pretty concerned that Krause Reservoir would kill because of these readings, but we were pleasantly surprised I don't know where my slide went. I have some fish pictures. They're not there. I'm sure I haven't. But luckily Kraus did not kill. We had fish up to 18 inches. So we had just stocked them at like 9 to 10 inches in the June of 23. And by May of 2024, they were up to 18 inches. So pretty tremendous growth. This is the DO profiles for Matt Warner. Doesn't look near as bad as Kraus, but you can still see that, you know, decline pattern where as we progress through the winter, there's just less and less oxygen. And this is Calder. So this one, it doesn't really jump out at you, but there's a different shape to this line here than the other two. So basically it kind of levels off, oxygen kind of levels off down at 2 to 3 meters before it starts to decline again. And this is just kind of all of those laid on top of each other, kind of messy, but the main thing is it shows, you know, at greater depths, you know, 3 meters to 5 meters, Calder definitely did the best with that blue line right there. So in addition to the point data that we collected as part of this Solar Bee project, we also had dissolved oxygen loggers that were in the water collecting data every hour. We had, at all 3 reservoirs, we had a buoy with an anchor, and suspended from the buoy. This is kind of an early sketch of what we were planning, but we ended up going with 1 meter or one logger at 1 meter, and then a second logger at 4 meters. And again, that was consistent at all 3 reservoirs. And that data, I think, is way more important. So this is just shows you what the loggers look like. We didn't get this mesh copper screen, but there's a copper plate, and that copper really reduces the amount of buildup, algae, and everything that's growing on there. And then we also have these wipers. So every hour, there's this little brush that kind of goes around and cleans off the sensor. And so far, we've seen the sensor side stays really clean. You get a ton of buildup everywhere else, but we have confidence that, you know, high confidence that those measurements are accurate because of the anti-fouling measures here. So this, just kept it in here because I think it looks kind of cool. Almost more like a piece of art than a scientific graph. It's like a kind of a dragon maybe with thumbs up at the end. But we'll break this down into a couple of different graphs so we can be a lot clearer. So this is the dissolved oxygen data for all 3 reservoirs: Matt Warner in blue, Calder in orange, and Kraus in gray. And this is for the loggers that were set 1 meter or suspended 1 meter below the surface. So, you know, about 3 feet below the surface. And again, we were concerned about Kraus. Somehow those fish survived, but even at 1 meter, there was very little oxygen for, you know, a good chunk of the end of the winter there. But probably the most important slide. Oh, there we go. So yeah, we were concerned about Kraus, but those are some of the fish that we pulled out of Kraus. This is the first reservoir that we sampled last year. Pretty good looking rainbows. So this right here, again, Matt Warner in blue, Calder, which had the Solar Bee, and Kraus in gray. So Calder in orange and Kraus in gray. And these are the 4 meter loggers. So
Excuse me,
yeah.
you're saying Calder had that
Yeah.
solar power?
Right. Yeah. I guess I skipped that. So yeah,
Right.
Calder was the only place that
Oh,
had a
good.
Solar Bee.
You can talk faster than my brain can absorb, that's all.
Sorry. Yeah. I'll try to slow down.
Um,
You guys just make me nervous.
I need to speed up.
So yeah, you can see Matt Warner and Kraus, that trend is almost identical. They were pretty much the same at 4 meters, but something completely different on Calder. It maintained oxygen all the way through to the ice-off period. You can see this is where ice-off, when everything starts going crazy, you have the water turning over.
How far away from your injection point are these measurements on Calder being?
Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I can grab that real quick.
As a little bit of history, the other reservoirs and the windmill and solar stuff that they had, they also had problems with muskrats and other critters chewing their air lines. So even though they would had a way to get air and everything worked all winter, sometimes rats would find the pipe and chew holes under the ice, and so you didn't get oxygen all the way out to where it was supposed to be going either. So there was a lot of issues. Now that was like the first couple of years that I was sitting here that they were talking about some of those issues that Calder and out there. So this has been an ongoing problem, and not just in this region, but southern region, been trying to find ways to stop winter killing some of the trophy waters too.
Yeah. So the loggers were about less than 500 feet away.
Oh, but that's a long ways compared to the injection point.
Yeah, they weren't right next to it. We
Right.
we figured that they should have been within the area of influence, but not, right next to it.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, that's impressive then that it has that, apparently that radial effect that far
Yeah.
away.
Yeah, talking to the company that manufactures these, Calder Reservoir is kind of a elongated shape to it, and they recommended like kind of one on either side based on the amount of area that they can circulate. So we started with one, and like I said, wanted the meter not right next to it, but close enough that it should pick up some kind of effect. And we think that's what happened here. Now, I do have to say there is a caveat that Calder is the deepest of the three, but we're talking a difference of like maybe 5 to 10 feet deeper. So it's not like 50 feet deeper, but definitely the deeper water you have, the longer it's going to take for that like oxygen depleted zone to make its way up the water column. But the fact that we never saw, I mean, so just for more reference, this is the same exact logger in the same exact location from last winter and the winter previous to that. And you can see that blue line there pretty much lines up perfectly with what we saw in Matt Warner and Kraus last winter. So the fact that, if anything, it actually kind of slows down. The rate of depletion actually slows down here, kind of late January. So we're hoping this is the silver bullet. Can't guarantee that it is the silver bullet, but it is extremely promising.
You talking to the Trout Unlimited chapter in Vernal? Because I mean, they were the ones that started some of the early stuff that you're talking about. And if you haven't talked to them, you need to, and I can put you in contact. But
I've talked with Travis Mold.
Okay, because they've raised money to do.
Right, yeah, they paid for the windmill aerators and a lot of the stuff that was done there in the past. Yeah. Definitely a funding source that
And what's the cost of this device that's working?
Yeah, so they're not cheap. About 60 grand for one of those. And they haven't been, we the first winter, basically the motor died. And so we didn't have it functioning that first winter. They came out and replaced it under warranty. There's some maintenance associated with it. We actually, this last winter when ice came off the ice sheet, like got up on top of it, like it was just minor kind of superficial damage, didn't damage any of the major components, but the main thing was it blew it like all the way up to the dam, pretty far. And they've not been worry-free or carefree by any means, but when they're capable of improving, there's a lot of issues that we can address up there, but the number one issue is just keeping fish alive during the winter. Having to reset the fishery, restart with 10-inch catchables every year, just, it's capable of much, much more if we can just keep the fish alive. And we believe that this is going a long way to addressing that problem.
We've worked with Solar B in the past down in southern Utah for other reasons. We were trying to mitigate the uptake of mercury in the village in Newcastle was one of these units down by the dam. We engaged in a multi-year maintenance contract. It was about $10,000 to $15,000. Have them on call to do whatever you needed them to do to fix the unit because they recognize that, it's got a lot of moving parts, right? And that's not include the fact that people like to go out and do things to solar panels that are on the lawn. It's for something like this, we didn't recognize the benefit down there and offloading that unit, I think, to the north, if I remember correctly.
I think it's sitting on Andy Adams.
But yeah, I mean, it didn't work out there for mercury mitigation, but here it looks like it's really panned out.
That was incredible for our community fishery that we put it on there too.
Yeah, so to back up to Blue Ribbon proposals, I have a land for, joint for asking for money from Blue Ribbon and Habitat Council to get a solar bee to, next one will be Matt Warner, put one in at Matt Warner. And then after that, next year, try to get one in Krause and try to get all three of those fisheries up there, as long as they have water, be able to sustain fish through the winter and keep these things growing. Because this winter, we're getting reports of 20+ inch rainbows, and they're just, like I said, that tremendous forage base is, these fish there's some amazing growth that you can see on them. If we can't keep them alive, it's, pushing the reset button every year. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, so I couldn't hear some of the discussion that was going on, so I'm not sure what I missed. And I missed the very start of your presentation, but I was just curious. So these are solar, you're running them off batteries, or are you using a shut-off time to recharge the batteries every day?
No, it's like a 120-pound battery that actually sits in the water. And then there's 3 solar panels. We did, the Native Aquatics crew in the Northeastern region purchased one from USU, and that one seemed to have some kind of a shut off. Like sometimes it wouldn't be spinning and other times it would. I'm not sure if that's something that you can like pre-program into the unit, but ours is running, 24/7.
You say 120 pound, are they lead acid or lithium?
Good question. I'll have to check in on that.
I mean, there's a vet.
If they're that heavy, I'm guessing they're lead acid and the same ones we've been using on the Boulder Mountain. I mean, if you can run it, what we found on our lakes where we had kind of the same issues were running 24/7 was critical. And it's great to see, better oxygen conditions throughout the winter and kind of that more slow decline and not bottoming out at 0. But where we ended up finding out we were really losing fish was at that ice off time. And you get just short periods, but total anoxic conditions because of that mixing. And so if you can run it 24/7, that was what was critical to us. And we haven't been able to get it to run consistently the way we need to, but it sounds like you guys are able to do that, which is awesome. And if we can ever figure out a lithium setup, I think that'll really help, because I think what hurts us too with these types of systems with winter kill is the cold really hurts with those lead acid batteries. Oh, anyway, so no, this was cool results, and thanks.
Well, cold has got a problem with lithium too, but you got 4 times the energy density compared to a similarly rated lead acid, because you can draw the lithium down really to 0 residual charge. Now charging up, you need the system has to limit it to charging above freezing or you damage lithium. And I'm talking lithium iron phosphate, but have bought 6 lithium batteries in the last few years, both for my kick boat and my RV, and I've studied a lot about them to try and figure out first how to buy the best one cheap. But the price has come down vastly. 5 years ago, I paid $700 for one. I'm now paying in the $200 range. So, but you get literally huge amount of energy difference. So if we get together, I mean, I can help advise on that. I mean, your vendor ought to be using them, but maybe not, depending on if they're fully state of the art. I'd be depressed if they're not at that kind of a price.
We've also got a dedicated hunter who's an electrician and works with solar power and batteries and stuff. And he's been really helpful kind of brainstorming ideas. So yeah, we've been working with him too, but yeah, thanks for the comments.
Call me anytime because I've dug into the very, very deeply. Even as a mechanical engineer, I understand the electrical stuff quite well. So.
Thanks. Well, just to wrap up, so just the brief history in terms of blue ribbon status for these reservoirs. Before the 2023 and 2022 winter kills, Mount Warner and Calder were both blue ribbon waters. And I guess our hope is that we could maybe propose the idea of considering them as a complex, maybe kind of like what's done on the boulders and the high Uintas, to where we can at least keep two of them, from killing, keep two of them, or, some kind of criteria, at least two, or maybe even down to one. But just because we're still trying to figure out these issues, we're trying to get funding to address the winter kills. If that would allow some flexibility to keep at least the complex,
Does
considered a blue ribbon.
Blue ribbon status improve your funding potential?
Where money would come from?
Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
when we talk about scoring and ranking and that type of thing, I mean, that has always been a conversation point when you have, say, funding proposals come forward for community water or non-blue ribbon water that are competing for limited funds against blue ribbon waters. Absolutely. It's a factor that you all consider.
okay.
Didn't we delisted it? One in Kraus or Calder because of the drought.
Yeah, Kraus didn't have water for like a decade. Yeah, and then the other two, I think it was 22 or 23. Like I said, they were back-to-back fish kills. And then everything changed in 23. Like I said, Mother Nature bailed us out, filled them all. And, in high water years, those winter kills are less of a concern. But again, with the high nutrients, you just never know. It probably doesn't take much in terms of drawdown to see those impacts. You've got just so much organic material that is kind of there to fuel the burn, I guess, to be decomposed. Yeah.
You don't have conservation tools on either of them.
So Diamond Mountain, it's taken me almost 3 years to somewhat understand what goes on up there. We own the majority of the water, but ours is the junior, being the Division of Wildlife. Yeah, all three reservoirs are on WMAs. We own a lot of the land around it. There's a lot of private property as well, but we have like the most junior water right. So when water users in Colorado or just right downstream, in between the reservoirs and downstream of Kraus, when they call for it, we got to send it. And so we end up, even though we technically own most of it, in lower water years, we don't end up with that much just because we're the last to.
Totally understand. I got the same thing in my research.
Yeah.
Just curious if there's anything right.
Any other questions?
I don't know that this is a better idea, but I'll throw it out. Has anybody considered, when you talked about the aeration systems, aside from whoever talked about the rats chewing the pipes, a different, instead of having a single point where you deal with the point you described, that the oxygen air just goes right out the top without. Have you ever just considered a distributed piping system, much like a septic drain field, where parallel pipes go for ages and the air, you size the holes such that you have a distribution of air going out through a lengthy pipe system. If you can solve the rats, it's a lot easier to put solar and battery powered systems on a shoreline than it is. And, the piping system is all comparatively cheap. I don't know about fouling and stuff like that, in the water environment, but It's a distribution process.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that that's been considered. That is a great idea. The only first concern I can think of is, you would basically, you wouldn't be able to ice fish it, you know, it's probably be unstable ice anywhere you've got that air coming up.
I have no empathy for that issue.
Nick, I think you've got. Yeah, Nick?
Yeah, so the company manufactures some weighted tubing that does essentially what you were describing. We use it at Fish Lake during November, December. At Fish Lake, the lake stays open and the marinas freeze in that time frame. So we use it in the marina to keep the marina open so people can launch their boats. And so it exists and it's out there, but like Jordan said, it can make some unsafe ice conditions. And we had a boat sink, and when they pulled it out, they pulled it over that tubing and ripped a hole in it. And so then you ended up with you had to replace it. So I don't know. I think it would help, but yeah, I don't know if it would, if you had rodents and stuff causing problems, if it might still be an issue. But, and then going back to what we saw in the Boulder Mountain it was really critical to have a single place of refuge during that lake turnover that the fish could kind of concentrate on. And so I'd worried if you did a long diffused section of tubing or something, you might lose some of that single refuge area. But yeah, a good thought.
The one thing that we're also talking about here with these vortex creators, if you want, they create that funnel and then they spit the water out like this and create kind of this blossom of water movement, is they are disrupting the thermocline. When you do the aeration on the bottom, you aren't necessarily disrupting the thermocline. You're just aerating the water, and it has potential for that oxygenated water to sequester below or within some of those layers in the thermocline itself. That combined with fouling hazards. I think we actually tried this back in the 80s with diesel power on shore, if I remember correctly. Yeah. And we walked away from it, not because of the cost of diesel, not because of that, but because of the potential for fouling hazards, the need for maintenance, the ineffectiveness of it. This thing right here it's doing it differently. It's not just oxygenating the water, it's disturbing the layering of the water to allow for that oxygen in the water to be distributed throughout the water column in a certain area.
And then oxygen just doesn't go right to the surface like Jordan kind of presented. The old systems just were, even though you lay that out, the fish has to be able to be in that area and able to take up that oxygen. It's a bunch of little bubbles that doesn't do them any good. It has to be into that water in a way that they can, when they're swimming, they can actually get that across their gills and take it in. So that was one of the issues that Nick saw, and on these reservoirs too, is yeah, you have all this air that's coming through, but they can't get that across their gills to keep them alive. So you have to have, so this vortex part, not only does it distribute the water and circulate that, but it's highly oxygenated at the same time. Right. So they can just swim and stay in it. They're not trying to chase a bubble to, get oxygen basically.
Well, I mean, they can't, I'm speaking out of my element, but they have to remove the dissolved oxygen out of the water for life.
Correct. Yeah.
They don't capture entrained oxygen.
Yeah.
And I mean, the only thing why I throw it out is, number one, I don't know anything about your business, but I do know a lot about engineering and general costs, and you can buy a hell of a lot of pipe for $60,000. But if it's not effective, being cheap is irrelevant.
The good thing is, and this speaks to the fact that we repurposed one for Andy Adams. When we buy these units, if they're ineffective in a particular water, or it's a temporary solution in a particular water, pick it up, we can move it elsewhere. When you get piping and all that, it goes to the landfill, right? And when you're done with it, this is more of a way for us to almost build a fleet of these that we could move around the state where needed.
How big is the gadget?
Good question. It looks like a Russian spy satellite that's crashed. They're
10 feet across or something.
more than that, I'd say. In that dish in the center there is, probably 5 foot diameter, maybe. Maybe a little more. They're not humongous, but they're not small either.
Clogging muscles. Sorry? Clogging muscles would goof them up too. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that just some of the maintenance, you need to check it periodically and clean algae and stuff off the dish, off the auger blade with it turned off, obviously. Done safely. We found that it's important to change the angle. Summertime, we put the solar panel angle as steep as possible. No, sorry, backwards. In summertime, less steep. And then before winter, steeper because the sun is lower and, to try to discourage snow accumulation on the panel as well.
Are those the panels on that triangular like shape in the middle?
So the solar panels are right here in the middle. There's 3 of them. And then there's these 3 like arms that come out with floats.
So the triangles you're seeing, Bill, are the floats.
Okay. Yeah, I
So the
meant
panels are on the inside above
above the
circle.
dish.
Yeah.
Panels in here, the control box is behind one of the panels, the motor. I believe is up there, and then the battery sits just below the surface. Yeah.
Fascinating.
Yeah, it's about from leg to leg on this here. I just pulled up the specs online. From here to here, that's about 15 feet.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Lost audio.
Hello? We lost audio?
Lost audio?
According to somebody saying that they're watching it on YouTube.
You're good on Google Meet, but not on YouTube, I think.
Okay, that's something that the DNR Control Center is going to have to handle, I'm thinking.
Well done, George.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much. Again, if you have questions for Jordan offline that weren't handled here today, if you get more thoughts, just please relay those to him. Okay.
Yeah, I don't see the,
That's kind of a pain in the butt.
About 6 of those on a water and cheap cups.
Okay, we've already covered the fiscal year 26 potential Blue Ribbon projects. Y'all had an opportunity to hear that. Maybe have some informal discussions at lunch. We had an agenda item to go over this separately, but I kind of wanted to do them at the same time to show what we have in the way of Blue Ribbon Waters, what we're trying to do, and maybe have you kind of wrap your minds around mating the two, where we've got, for instance, panfish opportunities or apex predators that are hitting panfish in reservoir environments. You heard about some of the reservoir habitat improvements, kind of wrap your mind around the fact that even though we have quality fishing opportunities in some of these waters, we still are trying to improve them even further because we recognize the fact that if we don't head off some of these aging reservoir situations, those populations aren't going to do well in the long term. So we need to start basically resetting these reservoirs and bring them back to, I'm not going to say we're going to return them back to the first years that they were filled as far as productivity goes, but do a slight reset and get them to be more productive and maintain their Blue Ribbon status from a fishing quality standpoint.
is it because of the sediment that comes into these reservoirs? Is that what causes the degradation?
Sedimentation for sure, but I think one of the things that, we don't necessarily have forested areas that we've inundated to create impoundments here, like back east, but we still had woody vegetation that was widespread, whether it was sage or whatever it was, sometimes cottonwood groves, whatever, along the river bottom and the riparian. those are now gone. Like that woody vegetation has exceeded its useful life, you know, and it turned into sediment a long time ago. So when you go down, and you've all probably done it, you put a camera down, you live scope, you put any sort of sonar down, and you look at it, you kind of have a moonscape, if you will, in a lot of situations. Pelagic fish do really well. Fish that orient to structure, not so much. The problem is that even pelagic fish need to have forage that orients to structure to eat, right? So you start, again, I talked about that bottom-up impact. If you don't have the plankton, you don't have the zooplankton, you don't have the forage fish, your apex predators suffer. That's what we're going to potentially see. Our reservoirs are forage limited. I mean, we've recognized that over the past probably 10 years. We've tried to address it, but simply plugging forage in without having a refugia for them to hide in or eat off of is moot. We're not going to make headway that way. So that's just one example of here are our fisheries, here are the components of those fisheries, here are the ways that we're trying to maintain those in a quality area for anglers.
So one of the other things we're trying, if we can get this MOU with BOR, some of the things that we're trying to do is we'd like to start at kind of like at full pool, where most of our really heavy vegetation still occurs, because there's still some places they can survive, but start there and then back to coves or whatever, anchor with some of these concrete anchor systems that some of these guys have made, and anchor full trees down on the back of a cove all the way till you hit 40 feet of water, like 40 feet of depth. And then if they can start to grow and establish and stuff, then think about your largemouth bass and that kind of refuge that you create. Maybe it's in their small little areas, but over time, if you can hit one bay and another bay and another bay, you can build that. Our struggle is we have a lot of bright, sparkly boats on our waters that do not fish. They don't like hitting things like that, and they complain and throw fits. And so we have to be careful on how we put some of these in. But that's one of those things, state line in particular, that I'm thinking about is we have a forage that we're missing because of all this dramatic drawdown. Those fish just can't go where the aquatic invertebrates can't escape being eaten, because that first 10 feet is really good with a lot of cover. But once it gets below that, it's kind of it's a free for all.
You know, one thing we've discussed recently is historically we've used no wake zones for erosion protection, for the protection of bathers, whatever it is, right? Like it's human health and safety, or it's the erosion of the shoreline. That's what we're addressing. But at the same time, if we have fields of habitat that we can install in the littoral zone, the shallow areas of the reservoir, if we can work with our land management partners, Forest Service is an example, to talk about creating no wake zones, basically safe boating zones where boating hazards aren't going to be an issue to skiers, right? We're going to be able to put things in that may be exposed or maybe just subsurface because we've marked off those areas as no wake. That's a potential for us to kind of negotiate too as we work through some of these. But right now, what we are finding is that if we can find out what that kind of interface is during the drawdown, basically what the new shallow water or littoral zone habitat would be during a drastic drawdown, we can put structures there and have them still be effective during critical periods. Yeah, I don't know. One thing that I've struggled with is you look at Yuba, which is a complete train wreck from a water management standpoint, right? We dropped that down to 4% pool annually. There's nothing we're going to do there as far as managing around that. Oddly enough, I mean, this is, again, you learn from these quote unquote mistakes or mishaps or snafus that you encounter. You're in a situation where you would think that fishery would fail miserably. And it was when we actively tried to manage for a certain type of fishery. We decided, Crockett and I, long ago, to just say, you know what, everything but the kitchen sink. If we've got extra fish, regardless of the species, we're going to tuck them in there. and we tucked them in there. Something stuck. We put a lot of apex predators in that water at one time. And what was interesting is because it got drawn down to a 4% pool, we were actually able to harness carp as a forage because you had all of those carplets congregated with all of those mouths in a small area, and they were able to access that forage. Carp normally are not something, I mean, it's like, gizzard shad. It's not my optimal go-to as far as a forage fish because they outstrip the gate width of our predators. In this situation, critical periods of the year, we were congregating them with carplets, young of year carp. And not only did it serve to probably control the carp population to a certain degree and maintain an engine that provided continual forage, but it also allowed us to put a bunch of miles in the water and do okay. I never would have guessed that. We thought it was just going to be a trash fire. And we just said, you know what? We'll put extra fish in there if you want to catch them, great. And they're doing well. As we go through these processes and we learn about what we can do with structures and reservoirs, we're going to be more and more kind of trying things, seeing what works, seeing what doesn't work. It's almost like, our laboratories are our waters right now as we try to address some of the issues we're encountering with water management, water temperatures, harmful algal blooms, go down the list. There's a bunch of challenges we face right now, but it's a cool time. All right, so you heard about the projects. We have an opportunity to go in when Trina shares the projects with you formally, and you get to go and view them in the database and look at all the different elements. But from what you heard, are there things that you were intrigued with? Wanted to hear more on, thought that there might be something that might be done differently or could be replicated elsewhere? Any thoughts?
I don't even know where a lot of these lakes are because I wasn't genetically born in this. I moved to Utah 14 years ago, but I told Tyler as we broke, I'm intrigued about this idea in Jordanelle because that's 20 minutes from where I live in Heber. And I have had some great days there, and I've had some really pissy days. And but
if you qualify that, Bill doesn't catch 40 fish, it's not a good day.
It's one of those games. His worst day is my best day.
Yeah. So the idea of structure improvement to me, it rings a warm fuzzy in my mind, but I guess we were talking a little bit that it's a PVC structure that takes a bureaucratic approval by different entities and stuff like that. If there's other options, I'm always looking for projects. We can usually get free, fairly unskilled but highly willing labor through our Trout Unlimited organizations. And if it doesn't take high science or, great mechanical skills to make some kind of a structure, that would be some things that would be nice to start thinking about because, labor is the biggest cost of everything we do anymore. And when you got to, I don't know what burden rates are for DWR staff, but hell, I have to pay $40 an hour for common labor to do scrub oak thinning in my homeowners association. And so, I'd like to just throw out that if we can, I wouldn't say necessarily redefine, but consider any projects where there's physical labor involved, and then tie in other organizations so the cash money that's available goes toward buying things that you have to buy versus hiring people at $40 or $80 or more an hour to do things that are not highly skilled.
That's the model that,
we a few years ago, just to finish, and there's a a great example on our High Country website. We worked with Alan Ward or his staff for probably well over 10 years planting willows around Strawberry Reservoir, Mud Creek, the Strawberry River. And I don't know how many thousand, but our last major project, we raised $5,000 with donations and different sources and bought 1,100 willow plants and had about 70 people over 2 days that came out and dug holes along the riverbanks and got willows in there. And Alan tells me most of them are surviving, even though that Strawberry River goes from, I guess, flood stage to a trickle on the inlet, through the summer. So anyway, the point is there may be opportunities to craft projects and consider using augmented volunteer labor.
Sure. I mean, every one of you around the table is a dedicated angler, right? You have a connection, you have a passion to fishing in Utah or fishing in general. You also have a connection to a network of people through groups that you're involved in. We're trying to do something similar in the tournament angling arena, and emulate what has gone on for years and years and years in the southeastern United States, which is employ the conservation-minded angler as free labor to get some of these things done, especially from a reservoir habitat standpoint. That's a huge one because it is so labor intensive. Or riparian restoration is another one. You mentioned pole planting. I mean, that's a huge labor cost that is free if it's done via volunteers. It doesn't take a ton of skill, right? It's fairly easy to wrap your mind around how to plant a willow. Something that Clint and I saw recently, and it intrigued us, rather than using some of these PVC structures that, even though they're going to have a fairly long useful life, will degrade through time. And the last thing we want to do when the jury's still out is start injecting microplastics into our fisheries and whatever else might be perceived as occurring when we use plastic structures. Clint and I witnessed something, they're called reef balls. So historically they've been used in marine systems to improve reef structures. Natalie Boren in the northeastern region used them on the shoreline of Pelican to mitigate erosion.
What are they called again?
Reef balls.
Reef balls.
So what they are is they're a concrete mixed with almost like what's that stuff?
It's like fiberglass.
It's the same stuff you put in potting soil. Something like
Vermiculite?
Vermiculite, thank you. You put that into your concrete mix and you actually create a structure that's lighter for the volume that it is, thereby allowing you to move it around, right, and load it onto a boat and do whatever you need to do during deployment. Clint and I were thinking that rather than have these structures be more two-dimensional, which they have been on shorelines, actually put them underwater, subsurface, and create almost like a mountain. And they're hollow structures. They have holes that are they have interstitial spaces that are great for fish habitat. Anyway, those types of things, again, this is a science that's growing. And as we learn more, a place like Willard would be a great place. That's exactly what we talked about. We both were like, oh, we want to go do that. But yeah, I think one thing that we've talked about is the guy that invented these things. He did trademark them, copyright them, whatever you want to call it. He sells the molds, right? And you can then he has the recipe for the mixture. You then engage as a group and you mix concrete all day and pour molds all day. And that's what you do. And you create these. And then you go as a group and you deploy these. Yeah, those type of exercises, that model is where the future of fisheries management lies. We don't have enough people in our army to do it alone. You guys want to help? Bring the two together and let's get things done. That's what we're in.
Yeah, I mean, I can speak to our club. We're always looking for projects. We've got more human and to some extent financial resources than we have good ideas to do things. And we're in the Park City market. I don't live there. I live in Heber, which used to be the low rent district. But there's people there. If we can find good projects that really tickle somebody's fancy, there's a lot of money there. And I never can promise anything, but I can, other than to try. So let's share ideas and goals and crap like that. As Clint knows, you know, I got $25,000 of various money to build those steel crossovers on the Weaver. And so that was one success. And that's the first time my country's ever gone out for grant money. But, you know, the cliche is if you don't ask, you don't get.
I mean, if you ask 25 times and you turn down 24 and you still get $10,000,
yep,
it's worth it, right?
Blue Ribbon turned me down the first time.
Hell, you say. All right, let's get to the next agenda item. Present, I think. Is this blank scoring sheet? Yes. Load up. It's as blown up as it's going to get. How wonderful. All right. Well, not that you can read it because I can't read it. I know you can. Trina wanted me to go through the scoring of projects. For those of you that haven't engaged in this process, what you see before you that is blurry and unreadable is actually a blank score sheet for last year's projects. You see the WRI number running down the margin over here. That will be the hyperlink, the number you can actually click on to get you to the database where all of these project proposals are stored. Once you get there, you can look at, and I'll show you this in a second, you can look at where the money's proposed to come from, you know, what the purpose of the project is, where it's located on a map, all those different things. But during the scoring process, we talked about before is, does it have to be a blue ribbon? That is not part of the score. That is for you all to discuss in more of a, you know, we don't have enough money to fund these. Do we want to make the cuts starting with those that aren't blue ribbon? I mean, that's less of a scoring and more of just a discussion based upon philosophy of the group at the time, depending on how much money you have versus how many asks there are for the money. But Trina wanted me to cover these scoring criteria because they were scoring criteria that part and parcel I developed a long time ago, except for the last two columns. The first two columns or first three columns are designed to address the purpose of blue ribbon fisheries. A fishery isn't just about the fish. A fishery is about the fish, the habitat, and the people that use the fishery. Right? It has three legs on that stool. So the first criteria is, to what degree does this project enhance the fish population? And it's a 0 to 10 scale, where 0 is no benefit and 10 is the maximum benefit that you feel you could envision for that particular fishery. The second criteria is, to what degree does the project enhance fish habitat? 0 to 10, again, 0 being worst, 10 being best. And the third is not directly saying, okay, what level of satisfaction do anglers achieve from this, or how is this going to benefit anglers? It gets to one of the things that I think the council settled on as a critical component of blue ribbon fisheries, and that has to do with accessibility or access to the fishery. So to what degree does this project enhance angler access? 0 to 10, 0 worst, 10 best. That is kind of the crux of the scoring. The other two columns are less about the actual fishery themselves and more about the applicability of the project when it comes to the overall strategic thinking of the division, the strategic thinking of the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council, which for all intents and purposes is a subset of the division. You advise the division on where you think we should spend our money on blue ribbon fisheries. You advise the division on which fisheries you feel should be elevated to blue ribbon status. Do you feel that this project helps provide the staffing needs that the UDWR requires to successfully accomplish UDWR Aquatics goals? And do you think that the money is being allocated in the most efficient means possible to address Division of Wildlife Resources goals? And then that's a 0 to 10 scale on that. And yeah, is this something that strategically is something we want to pursue? You know, we talked about the reservoir stuff. Is this going to be providing us with a long-term benefit? Heading off train wrecks that we foresee with when it comes to fisheries management, fisheries conservation. And then the last one is, do you feel that the project has a high likelihood of successfully accomplishing its intended goals? There used to be additional language in there within the identified performance period. The reason why that was in there is because we had projects that would be proposed conceptually awesome. Likelihood of actually getting the follow through needed and the finishing touches put on it by the time this money expired, 0. We had a lot of things that were great ideas, but when it came to, you know, the permitting that was needed to actually get the project done, was that completed already? No. Did we communicate with the partners and the landowners there? No. Did we get approval from the director's office to do some novel activity on the fishery? No. And you started going down the path and you're like, yeah, it's great, but you guys haven't done the legwork when it comes to the actual planning to make sure that you're able to be quote unquote shovel ready, which is something we all learned a long time ago that there was a requirement. This speaks to shovel readiness. Is it going to be something we're going to be able to get done within this 12-month period? And if not, it ranks a little lower. So those are the 5 things that were kind of identified as the scoring criteria for project.
Could you go over the third one again?
Sure.
If I remember right, that doesn't sound like it has anything at all to do with fish and its habitat.
To what degree does this project enhance angler access? Is that the one?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so you can have fish, right, that are really healthy, great population, whatever your management objective is. I want trophy fish. Yep, got them. They're there. You can have the habitat there that is necessary for having those fish.
Right.
But if nobody can actually get in there and fish for them,
somebody can always get in somewhere. They bust their ass and do it.
That's the problem, though. We had a lot of projects coming in this outfit that were, say, on private ground.
That's a different criteria.
That's access.
In my mind, I would do a cut off of
you have a population of fish that are better accessed from a boat, for instance. But I have a boat ramp that is a primitive, kind of half-assed 2-track that peters into the water and has a cliff at the end of it.
I mean, the one over at Rock Cliff.
Name many waters in Utah, right? I mean, that's access.
Okay.
You're managing for a shoreline fishery. You have riprap that's an ankle breaker all the way. Willard Bay is not a shoreline fishery, for instance. Right? I mean, there's a few places, but generally speaking, there's some shoreline access limitations there around the riprap levee. Those types of thought processes come into that sort. That's what you're talking about. Access, accessibility.
One of the questions I had was on the staffing needs. When we're scoring that, I don't know, do you have the staff to do it? From looking out, looking in, I think you guys just drive around in fancy trucks. Sure, you got the staff.
You're right, you bet it mine.
Fancy. There.
Let's get some stuff and taking you. Yeah. So let me take a stab at answering this for you. So there's a couple positions, full-time positions that are partially, if not fully funded through Blue Ribbon. These projects, so I'll throw my project that I'm going to put together this year, if I put in a request for, say, $5,000 to help pay for a technician to do kind of the assembling of these structures, that's where this would come into play. Most of the employees, full-time guys are usually not have to worry about paying those. But there is a position, and Nick's position is that one where Blue Ribbon pays a part of his deal, right? But when I look at this question, what I'm thinking is, do I request extra money because the project's so big to pay for time on top of just what we have set aside as a pot for technicians? Do I need to throw a little bit more in there so we don't kind of use all that and then not be able to finish some other projects? Does that make sense?
Yeah, did you budget for I mean, I would hope that we can enlist volunteerism to really get a lot of these things off the ground, right? But 90% of the time we are relying on technical time, biologist time, manager's time, administrator time. If you go through projects and proposals for projects, a lot of times it's just the construction. Like they talk about materials and the cost of, building it and done. Doesn't talk about, the amount of time it's going to take to go to the meetings, the amount of time it's going to take to write the proposal, to get the permit, the amount of this, the amount of that. Are you accounting for all those little nuanced connected pieces that are personnel time when you're budgeting this? And again, if you haven't accounted for that type of stuff, are you in a position where, yeah, conceptually the project looks great, but oh, we forgot to do this. And what ends up happening is, let's say halfway through the year, you're like, we really need an additional $20,000.
Well,
yeah.
Let me ask kind of a
Hold on,
question.
Bill. I want to, because this gets to a question that we've had the last few years on funding. It's these reoccurring position requests. Nick, I think, is a great guy. Going to vote for his funding again this year, but snow plowing at Chicken Creek, some of the other year-over-year funding things that come before the council here, right, which I get it. We got a snowplow at Chicken Creek, but is that really the best of, I'll use a term that I hate for land management, best and highest use, because,
it's like most minimum viable product.
Yeah, minimum viable product. It's like, well, Nick's been on the payroll here for the DWR for I don't know how many years, and he's a pivotal guy down there in southern Utah. Why isn't that coming out of the reoccurring DWR, DNR budget? Now, Nick's salary comes up again this year. I'm going to vote for Nick's salary, but because he's necessary. But the question I have, and I used to be a corporate manager, is why is that not in an operational
The base fund.
Why is that coming out of this when that money could go to,
Absolutely. So let me speak to that. So historically,
Nick's asking who's getting his job back.
historically, the council got $450,000, right? Historically, that money was both federal money and matching restricted money, right? So we had two pots of money. We got rid of the federal money. We went strictly to license revenue restricted dollars, $450K. At that time, two positions, one in the central region, one in the southern region, were funded via the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council because they had the lion's share of Blue Ribbon fisheries in their particular management regions. As you saw during Nick's presentation, that's like 20 waters, right? Without investing into that with this council, it becomes burdensome on the others, and there's this kind of perceived inequity. Like suddenly it's like, we're getting stuck with this. We got to manage these extra special and intensively, and there's no investment from the pot. Okay, we had that conversation a long time ago. We decided to walk away from funding both of the positions. Then we had $450,000 that was just project money. And we did that for probably 8 years, ballpark. Then we ended up having a situation where the federal dollars, our Dingle Johnson dollars that come in that are some magic formula comes down and says you get this many anglers and this much coastline and this blah, 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 you get this many dollars. But we would get those every year and we rely heavily on it, but they were dwindling. So what we started to do was say, okay, Nick's position now funded with DJ. Can we move that back into Blue Ribbon? Can we move Central Region back into? We decided to move Nick's position back into. Tech Time, similarly, funded by federal dollars. Didn't have enough federal dollars to fund the Tech Time to maintain the Blue Ribbon Fisheries opportunities. The logical spot was to move it back into Blue Ribbon. That's the history. Email this morning between Trina and I and my boss, Drew Cushing, is the fact that we are funding Creel surveys through Blue Ribbon. We are funding Tech Time through Blue Ribbon. We are funding Nick's position through Blue Ribbon. We are funding eDNA through Blue Ribbon. Nick's position, I won't say it's a sacred cow, but I'm not going to fire Nick. He's a pretty good guy. We're going to keep that the Blue Ribbon for this year, but the idea is to take the Creel surveys, if they're not Blue Ribbon waters, and move them through an enhancement process. To take the general monitoring and Tech Time and put it through an enhancement process. To take the eDNA and put it through an enhancement process.
I'm missing what you're saying, and put the money into what?
Put the money back into Blue Ribbon.
Funded elsewhere.
Find it elsewhere, put the money back into this pot.
See, I don't understand your accounting, and that's where I was gonna kind of relay is, you know, I think of an organization, and I've worked in big government national laboratories. You have sort of a baseline funding, lots of projects under different departments and stuff like that. And that's where I have thought, as Larry just brought up, the issue of staff, in my opinion, without knowing a lot of the politics or history, but it should be at which we, the public, should allocate our energies to the politicians to fund your staff. And Blue Ribbon monies, in my mind, should be kept for newly identified needs, not reoccurring maintenance items, which is a different way, I think, of saying the same thing Larry did. Maintenance shouldn't be the staff here shouldn't be tied into, they may have to make proposals for the baseline funding using my definition internally, so that you or Drew can make some judgments, because you'll always have more ideas than you have funds for. But this committee ought to be focusing on things that are Blue Ribbon Fishery, because that's our name, and not snow plowing. And it ought to be the kind of thing where it sets some criteria. 1 year may be prohibitive because sometimes real world events have to go beyond 1 year. But I don't even know if you are allowed, if we would allow $100,000 for a project for 50 and only spend 40 in a year, is that carryover or is it lost? Lost. And if it's lost, that's a political issue. Political issues can be solved. You know, and you guys may or may not be able to go talk to legislators, but I can talk to any goddamn one of them, and I do. And I will.
The political realities or the funding realities that we deal with are the fact that we don't rely on a business model that is a full profit, right? We are relying on hopefully enough anglers participating in the sport of fishing to provide enough revenue to come in, but that's still only 50%, maybe less of our overall operational cost. We are still relying on Fish and Wildlife Service dollars to be, apportioned to us, and those dollars were riding high for a long time. Boat sales were up, fuel tax was up, this was up, that was up. COVID hit, and that crap went and took a nosedive. Nobody bought a boat anymore. Nobody bought anything. Nobody traveled anywhere. And that was running counter to what I was hearing about. Everybody's recreating differently. They're not taking as many trips. They're going, it was just wonky. So we got this figure from the federal government and we're like, okay, well, we have, a third less money to play with this year. How are we going to stretch that dollar, maintain our workforce?
Yeah.
Right? Because they're hard to find. Trust me, we cannot find qualified professionals these days. When we get them, we want to keep them. How do we retain our workforce, get as much work as we can get done? And the only way to do that was to move the monies around and move expenses over to things that historically we hadn't used those monies for. And that's where we ended up shuffling some of this to Blue Ribbon. Again, temporarily. The reason why I say temporarily is because now we're getting a rebound. And I found this out this morning that apparently the federal government invests program dollars and they invested them in bonds. And those bonds have matured. And this year we get a windfall of those bonds having matured. And we get an additional however many millions of dollars, $47 million nationally, which means Utah gets a portion of that. Our apportionment went up this year, which means we're in a position where we can back this off. But it's fluid. We're never in a stable business model where I can say, I'm going to rely on hard money. Boom. We're always trying to jockey what money is available to us. It's all soft money. That's just where we're at. That's the reality we do.
No, that I really appreciate that explanation because it hadn't been, nobody's able to articulate it.
It's
in that manner.
Nobody wants to say our business model is not the best. Nick, sorry, I monopolized.
No, you're good. Yeah, and I think you explained the history of, especially my position, probably better than I could have. The only things I'll add are, as I understood it, talking to Dale Hepworth, who was the manager down here when Blue Ribbon was kind of initiated, was that they came to him and said, we want to have this Blue Ribbon money and have you start doing projects. And his response was, well, I don't have the personnel. So that's how that position came about. Was Dale said, I don't need money for projects as much as I need money for another person. So that's kind of where that originated from. And then the other thing I think for the council to think about is, so a lot of times Blue Ribbon is one source of funding. We'll have a big project and Blue Ribbon is just one part, but it happens to be one part where we can ask for money for personnel time. And a lot of other sources of funding, like outdoor rec, WRI, you can't really get personnel time. So we may be coming to you guys for personnel time and asking for other parts of the project to be funded by those other sources that won't fund personnel time. So that's why it might seem a little bit heavy on that.
Yeah, the Habitat Council pays for personnel out of their funds when they talk about wildlife management area maintenance, crews, whatever it is. Those all come out. Actually, the person that oversees Habitat Council, their personnel funding, like my level, comes out of Habitat Council. The issue is that Habitat Council has a lot more money to play with. It doesn't hurt as much, but when you only start with $450,000 and you cut out $250,000 of it right out of the chute for whatever costs, yeah, it starts to feel a little like, what the hell are we doing? We got $130,000 left. What are we going to do? We've got 14 proposals vying for $130,000, and their total ask is $600,000. Why are we even here? And that's the conversation we had this morning. I went into Drew and I'm like, look, let's push this. Let's push back. If we've got DJ, let's do this.
Again, you're educating me, but what's the constraint on the 450K? And for example, ask for 900K now instead of 450. I mean, 450 was established sometime a long time ago. Probably if you did a net present value backwards calculation, it might be worth 100K when it was funded or in today's dollars. And so why not ask for 900K?
Because there's not 900K to ask for.
No, you can always ask. Everybody's asking.
You can't ask, you would have to ask for money from new sources. That's the issue. The sources that we have are maxed.
This came from a license sale increase. And we got what, $1 per license or 50 cents per license or something like that?
That's what it was envisioned as. That's not
Not how it was
how it
executed.
actually was executed. There was no intent language. There was no, there was always the discussion of, well, there was intent language. You never could find the intent language. It was $450,000 because that felt like a comfortable number that people could live with.
How many years ago? Just curiosity.
Would have been 03.
In your handbook.
I think.
I've memorized
But
that.
yeah, I mean,
I was just testing him.
it really, if you look at Blue Ribbon, it's not unique though. I mean, we have this conversation all the time. Our workforce that you see around us is the same number of individuals, plus or minus a handful, that it was in 1985. The number of challenges that we face, the number of constituents that we have, the number of fisheries we manage, the number of partners we have to deal with, the number of meetings we have to go to, go down the number of things that we have to do is astronomical compared to what it was in 1985. Not to mention the speed with which it comes at you with email and social media and this and that. But we're a government business. Our business model is not for profit. Our business model is not for growth. Our business model is do the best we can with what we've got. That's what we're trying to do. Which is why when we talk about building in efficiencies, making things better by doing habitat improvements, that it puts an easy button, but it does in a way put an easy button on fisheries management. It reduces the number of fish we have to stock because there's more natural recruitment, right? Better survival, those types of things, those efficiencies. Eventually, are we going to run out of those too? Sure. Once we've exhausted all of the efficiencies we can build into our business model, then it's time to ring the bell and be like, look, we're tired. We need people. We need money. We need resources. Right now, we do not have the ability to do that. And we personally, you can voice it. We can't. We are employees.
Yep. No,
We cannot walk.
that's
So-
why I want to understand things
No,
better.
you're good. So that's where we're at.
Yeah. I'll drag Bill in front of the representatives and he's pretty good at finding holes.
I can imagine. I can see it.
I just wanted to go back and touch on the scoring.
Sure.
And some of the questions on that. So these biologists, put together really good projects. They know they're going to be graded against this, but also other, criteria that Habitat Council and so forth have. So they will try to address these, first three for sure, as they can. You'll read it in there. You'll get a pretty good idea of
If they write good proposals, they damn well better be there.
But
And
just
bulletized.
but just realize
Make it
that
easy for me to review it.
there's very few projects that you'll see that actually will get good scores in every
Okay.
category. So they might be really strong in one or two of them, but rarely are they really strong on all three. So just keep that in mind as you're scoring those.
Very few people get an A+.
The good example is we put in a, vault toilet up at Lost Creek Reservoir. Well, I don't know what that has to do with habitat and, access. But when my wife and I went up there to look at the thing on
You know what?
Easter and looked at that old vault toilet, and I said, yeah, I'm voting for that.
Yeah, I mean,
And it goes into that access kind of stuff.
Yeah.
one thing that's not in here, and I don't know if it's still in the criteria for the particular water bodies, but the mindset is that fishing is an experience and it's multifaceted. And, if you do fish with your wife or you do fish with kids, or maybe even if you, like if I go hike and there's no restroom, it kind of sucks. When you're starting out in the trail and you're like, where do I go? Or it becomes really messy really quickly with the tragedy of the commons when everybody's going in the open. Those types of things are part of the overall experience. And I know we like to talk about fish and fishing, Fishing's bigger than just fishing. It's a thing. It's a recreational experience. So that's kind of where those multifaceted thought processes come in. Sorry, I could talk all day. Sorry, guys. It's probably why I don't have this job anymore. Yeah, you're blessed, buddy. Yeah.
You want to run for office?
No. Okay, what do I Oh, database. That's the next part. So let me show you an example of, let's go to a different tab so I can actually not overwrite something I have going on. Let's see.
So where does that score come in, Greg? You talked about access, increasing fish population, enhancing habitat.
But do you think this project has a chance of success? And I
You know,
put it
'cause-
high, and then the fact that you
Seems
don't
like there should be another slot. I really feel strongly about this project. You know, I'm gonna score it really high in this area and then the other areas. But
Well-
there's not a slot for that.
So when we get back together and we discuss all the projects, that's where you have that opportunity, because the score itself is
Yeah.
a guidance for when we all get back together and discuss them now.
Yeah, when you bring forward your own personal score sheet, right? You say, I scored it this way. You might be, after a conversation around the table, influenced to say, you know what? Having a crapper here is a real thing. You're absolutely right. I didn't think we needed it, but by gosh, yes.
Yeah.
And you might, you kind of negotiate during that discussion. You bring forward your opinion, you do your homework on the side, you come in, and then you have a discussion and come to consensus on move forward or not.
So we just have to create our own.
You create your own scores, Trina will
Slot
run
for
some
that.
averages and do whatever and show, this is the average score for this or the total score for this or whatever it is. And then, yours might not align with the average score and you might raise your hand and say, hey, you're saying that it shouldn't get funded, but I really think it should. It's almost like, what was the movie with the jury? Anyway, you sit around in a jury and you try to come to consensus on the overall decision for a particular project if there is a discrepancy. If everybody's like 10, then there's no discussion. Everybody's like, yep, that's good, moving on. Go ahead.
So I think Terry's talking about score water bodies.
Oh, no, projects.
I was talking about the project, because you have the enhancement of the habitat, you have increasing fish population, you have enhancing access. But, what about training? One of the things that we see every year is training. Well, potentially that will help with those areas. But how do I know that it's going to? So I score all of those a 0 because the training isn't going to enhance fish population and so forth. So I almost have to create another column for that score that you're talking about when we come together and say, I feel really strongly about this project.
Yeah, I mean, if I were Trina, and I'm not, it's her show these days from a Division of Wildlife Resources standpoint, but, I would come in and I'd present it almost like these are on the ground projects and these are not. These have these scores, these have a different scoring, still use the same criteria, but don't lump them up. It's the same way when we scored waters, we didn't score small rivers alongside of Lake Powell.
Yeah.
Right? Because if you did, the monster in the room would outweigh the small waters every time. They're apples to oranges. So pair out the apples to oranges and say, these are these and these are these. If you get into that situation where you don't have enough money and you need to start, negotiating.
And Craig's going to probably talk about this too. The great thing about the way this is set up, and you have this hyperlink you can click on and so forth, you're going to have the information that was put in there, but you're also going to be able to send a note to the person that proposed it.
Right.
These biologists in this room, and you can always call them too and ask questions. So you can ask questions online, or you can ask questions, through a phone call with them, and get some of that clarified as well. So it's real helpful. I don't think Josue would hang up on you or anything. I think
You never know. He's hung up on me a couple of times.
That's because you didn't like his Pelican Lake fishery.
That's true. All right, so this is the WRI database. Again, when Trina provides those number codes for each one of the projects, it'll take you here, but it'll also take you directly to the project nested within there. For the purposes of this meeting, I'm going to go.
If you want a full lineup,
Sure, I can do that. Which one's yours?
it could be like a northern region.
If I could type, I'd be dangerous. Northern region.
And you'd have to go down, just scroll down the list there. Close.
Aquatic habitat installation.
Right there.
Give it a-
There you go.
Okay, so this is a real one. That is Blue Ribbon.
And I
So
only clicked for Blue Ribbon and Habitat Council, so those are the only two funding sources that I'm looking at, besides some other stuff that I'll be applying for. That has longer term monies. So you'll have a title page like he has here, and then if he clicks on the project details, this gives kind of the nuts and bolts of the project. And this, again, this is still a work in progress, right? So habitat, like the management plants, haven't got those installed. Fires and fuels, it doesn't, my habitat stuff doesn't apply to some of those things. So all these little boxes will be changed over time. Then you can go, you can go all the way, look at partners. Then you can go to the finance part there and see where I've started. Okay, where I'm at as far as funding right now. You can go to the species, you can see the species that I think that these will benefit. And I've broken things out half and half right now, but that's going to change a little bit as I, reach out to Bass Pro and some of these other ones.
And it could change based on your reviewers here. They may see another source and they may, hey, Clint,
You asked for this one.
yeah, so in the comments box, before this is actually approved and cemented in and uneditable, you'll get comments and you see all the comments, but you can put whatever comments you want in here, right? And you just say, I want to say.
So go
this,
just,
that, and the other.
see if you can you can just add a comment, show them.
I'll log in first.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
that's
not
right.
logged
Yeah,
in.
yeah, okay, that's all right. So I'll have add a comment, and you can do either admin or project, because you're not administration. Yours will just show the ability to send one as a question for the project. But as soon as you hit submit, that sends an email to me saying that somebody has made a comment on my project. I can open it up, read the comment. And this is something that I've asked all of our biologists in our region to do, is when they see something that doesn't look right, make a comment on projects this way instead of calling,
right,
because we have a paper trail
Right.
showing that we have done due diligence, asking them for certain things.
So getting back to the actual comment section, when you go up here and you go to log in, which is how you are able to access things like you're able to access all of the features of the website only when you log in. When you click on log in, you can log in as a state employee and you plug in your credentials like we normally would for anything we need to access that's secure. Or for you all, partner public, you go in, click on partner public. You either already have your credentials that you can plug in, which many of you probably already do, or if you don't, you create an account down below. It's no different than any other web-based, whatever at this point in time. Everybody should be fairly familiar with it. If you're not, reach out to Trina, reach out to any one of the biologists. They can kind of walk you through it. Reach out to me. It doesn't matter. We can assist you and get you where you need to be. But once you do that, then you are able to go in and look at all the comments for the project, as well as edit or create your own comments for the project. Post them. They'll notify the actual PI in their mailbox and say, hey, I didn't like this, or have you thought about this, or whatever it is.
So you can ask questions.
Absolutely.
For clarification.
You got it. Yeah.
Or anything against those criteria, how does an outhouse?
What do you mean an outhouse is going to make fishing better?
Yeah.
And like images, there's another one. Images and documents there too.
Right.
So
yeah,
any of our stuff, like if I have pre-project photos,
of a bank that's highly eroded, then I can take pictures of those. Then when the track hoe and everybody's in there doing their work and we're hauling in materials, take those pictures, upload those as a during and then after. And that usually has me holding big fish. So,
You caught it with that.
so, but if we have like management plans or something there, we can attach those in the documents. So we have that, you know, that is also attached as part of this. So, and then there's, if you wanted to see the top left there, it has map this project. You can click on that and it will take you and show you where. So there's a lot of projects.
Yeah,
like,
if you
just
go to
in line-
maps, you can see all the projects in the state. If you go back to the project itself, what did it do? Hold on.
I don't know.
There we go. Map this project. It'll show you where this particular project is. I believe you can, you can look at adjacent projects. So let's say we were doing like stream restoration on 200 feet of stream or whatever it is, 200 yards, whatever. And you wanted to see, you know, is it in relation to other historical investments that have been made? You can see that on this map. There's a bunch of different. You can dive as deeply as you want to go into this. And I encourage each one of you to really get familiar with it as you go in. It's not just about the narrative and, hey, this project's going to do this. There's a bunch of cool stuff. If you want to know what species it's going to benefit, like I think you mentioned, there's a species tab.
Somebody threw out earlier that some numbers, is there really only 130K available for 600K of proposals?
That was completely hypothetical, but
but last year that
was the case.
That was the case.
Last year we were specifically tasked with pushing 3 personnel asks to the Blue Ribbon Council, and that were, well, Creel survey I consider to be a personnel ask. It's pretty much personnel funding, and that's not what we want to do. That's not the purpose of this council, is to fund it.
Well, the other thing is all the projects to get funded, they found other money. These guys go in the back room, you know, don't look behind the curtain.
We try. I mean, but again, there's only a limited number of dollars that we have access to. There's only so many curtains you can peek behind. The one thing that Nick did mention, and I did fail to mention, is the fact that the reason why his position was brought back into the fold is because indeed that position was created with Blue Ribbon money. So the viewpoint was that you created it with Blue Ribbon money. Now you're pawning it off on other money, right? So anyway, that's why that was brought back into the fold. Again, as you get into the website, holler if you have issues navigating it, questions about, you know, where's this, we can always assist and get you in there, or even simply creating a logon. That's my brief introduction to what really is, to be honest, probably one of the best databases that I think we have in the Division of Wildlife Resources. It's pretty impressive.
It's an amazing source. You go back to when WRI was created and go to the very first few projects. Look at them. You can see completed projects, and it's cool.
You can see how much better projects have gotten over the years too.
Or more horrible, in my case, maybe. I went back and spent probably a half a day looking through all of the habitats that we've installed, documented the years we put them in reservoirs, the amounts, the amount of each type of habitat, so I could calculate square footage. Drew was asking for a habitat management plan for the region, and that was part of this, was like trying to put this together. Well, I was not doing this. This wasn't part of my job until the person moved on. So I was able to go back through and pull all of these things out of this database to give kind of an overall, hey, this is what we've got. This is how many thousands of square feet we have in Pineview that's covered by these structures, or in Echo, or in Rockport, or community fisheries, and those kind of things. and document the difference of structures and those kind of things. So it's a really cool source. And you, like you said, you can pull up adjacent projects. And this year I just stitched another layer next to places that Soren will put habitat, because that's where my stuff's going to go next to his, because it's already been laid out. We've already got permission for that depth. We've already got permission to work in those areas. And we'll just add to those.
On top of it.
All right, so next agenda item is just a quick update on, I guess, the way that Trent has been doing this, and folks have been doing this recently as far as the council goes, is as far as new Blue Ribbon Waters or reevaluation of Blue Ribbon Water scoring. You've picked a region per year. The original go was that it was going to be the northern region, but we pivoted and we went to central region. Sounds like Tyler is eager to put forward Utah Lake as a potential Blue Ribbon Water.
Holy moly. Yeah, so Trina came to Clint and I both about what we wanted to do. And my argument was that we've sampled all our Blue Ribbon waters recently. So why don't we just go through the evaluation process? So I do have some questions that Mike and Chris brought up to me. I think I got it clear with probably Trina or Greg or Drew. I don't know where it all came from, but the middle might have been recently reevaluated upwards of 2020 or 21. Yeah. Yeah. And so I don't know if we're going to pull through with that one or not, because that's 3 years ago. That was brought to me this week, so I need to talk to Trina about that. But Jordanelle has been since 2017, which again is pretty recent, but we've also developed a management plan that started then. So I think it's worthy of reevaluation. Strawberry has been 2004, last one was evaluated. Crap, that's a long time.
Right.
Maybe we'll take away Weston Allen's money somehow.
It's going to score low.
Same thing with the Lower Provo, 2004, 2002 reevaluation. Deer Creek was 2006. So we're upwards of 20 some years, 15 years between central region reevaluation.
These were original waters that went into the program when the program started.
They just haven't been touched. So I figured it was good to do them. And I think I presented a lot of my data, but Mike and I are really gonna get nitty gritty with stuff and get you guys a better presentation. I've been pretty brief with what I've talked about in that November meeting. Fairly detailed, but we can go more into it. We've had creel surveys in the last 5 years on I think all of these waters. I'm sure we've talked about them at meetings before I even got here with the Deer Creek creel, Lower Provo creel that we just had this year. Still going through the data. Jordanelle was last year as well. They were 2023 creels that Blue Ribbon funded. Middle Provo, I think, had a creel in 2019. So I think it lines up really well to evaluate all central region waters. And it brought to the discussion, we saved Mickey from Diamond Fork being evaluated this year. Not saying it won't be in the years coming up, but we don't think it's ready yet. We've had a lot of change with high runoff years, and that river's just
never going to be ready.
Talked to our one of our bios. He said, "Yeah, it's a great fishery because you can catch fish there." We talked to a lot of the public, at least on Diamond Fork. But so that one will not be evaluated. But Chris has been really big on Utah Lake. We're working on a management plan that should finalize here in the next couple of months. Utah Lake Authority, there's a lot of entities doing work on Utah Lake and have had done work on Utah Lake over the last few years. And we talked to Crockett, it's the best catfish fishery in the West. Good fishing in there for a lot of different species, not just catfish, but that's why we figured let's bring it to the committee and see if you guys think it's worthy of evaluation. So I will be coordinating with you all to set up some fishing days on some water bodies. I'm sure Ryan is more than welcome to take somebody out on the Lower Provo and do some fishing there too. I don't think he ever complains about that.
Bill, are you going to be able to do that one?
Rivers, I don't do rivers anymore. I just do reservoirs.
We'll try to coordinate something for Deer Creek and Jordanelle. It helps that a lot of you guys are Wasatch Front people, so we should be able to get to our water bodies. And I would hope more than half of you actually get out and fish. We have Utah Lake sampling. I put it in the volunteer calendar. It's the second week of July. Hot, sweaty time to be on Utah Lake, but that's just when we do it. It's a 4-day event. We set 16 trap nets across the whole system. So it's it's a big lake. We need a lot of days, and we got a big crew, but we'll have 2-3 boats going out. And that means we can take at least a couple of you per day. So I hope that you guys all sign up and come out and play with some fish for us to actually see what we can get on Utah Lake. But yeah, that's Jordanelle, Strawberry, Deer Creek, Lower and Middle Provo, and Utah Lake. So 4 lakes, 2 rivers. A lot of time to fish, but yes, we wanted to give you a little more of a heads up and say now you got what 11 months, 10 months to get it done and get ready for the November meeting. What was that, Mickey?
You didn't do a camp out? We had Powell a couple years ago, Josue did.
Yeah, we'll plan
Maybe
something
camp
that
somewhere.
works.
Camp out on Utah Lake when the gnats are really.
Yeah, it's a great place to be. Yeah, we don't have the other sampling on those waters. So Utah Lake is our one sampling opportunity that we can get you guys out on. But I will love to do some kind of fishing event on either Jordanelle or Deer Creek and get you guys out there. And I know we all probably fish the Middle and Lower Provo quite frequently, or we used to. And maybe you guys can coordinate with each other and, do some string fishing, and it gives me an excuse to come join you and get out of the office and do some fishing.
Hey, Ryan's got a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
Oh, hey, guys. Yeah, I just wanted to offer up, if you guys want to fish the lower or the middle, we can plan a day and we can go fish. I can get our crew out. We have all the gear that everybody needs. I think it's timely. We've been talking about, the lower Provo and its designation, and we can just be open with everything. We can go check out the private section. We can go check out the non-private sections and fish the public sections and fish both, and just lay it all out so the council can see what's going on down there. And I'm totally willing. Spring break time is a great time to fish, or we can push it back, but just reach out to me if we want to all go together as a council and roll up and do that. It'd be really fun. Or we can go, as smaller groups. Just let me know. I think that would be really awesome. And so everybody could see what's going on.
When is spring break time? I haven't had a kid in school and
Like the first week of April. And Bill, what if we put you in a raft? Would that work? That's a boat.
Still waiting.
Okay, just let me know, guys. I'd love to help out.
Yeah, Ryan, send me an email or give me a call one day. Let's try to schedule something solid for that early April, so you can get signed up. Mike and I need an excuse to get out here. We haven't been out on the river in a while. So.
Okay, let's do it.
You're right.
No, it's one of the NRS setups.
So yeah, Craig, about the middle, I can talk with you and Trina, but Mike and Chris were under the assumption that was brought up by the director's office or something to evaluate the middle.
Yeah.
They don't know, they can't remember if it was brought up originally by Blue Ribbon or if it was somebody else. So,
Okay.
But in Trina's spreadsheet on evaluations, it does not have that documented.
But it was done. It was done because Slater made a big presentation and he was proud of his 9-inch rounds.
Yes.
For Blue Ribbon.
There were a lot of them.
A lot of
When you put them end to end, I mean, they're just as big as all your little, 20 inchers. All right.
They fit the pan nice.
That is true. All right. So I think we had last year, this is just an update on the current fiscal year's projects. Looks like we had 16. Does that ring a bell?
Yep.
Okay, 16 projects. As we discussed, we had Habitat Council, money requested, Blue Ribbon requested, money that came from other sources. The total overall value of the projects that you all approved or reviewed and approved for moving forward, depending on, regardless of funding source, was $936,000 worth of project monies. Again, like we said, the original ask was $450,000 in Blue Ribbon. That ask was not met due to a need to meet personnel costs. Anyway, at the end of the day, we are in a situation with the current expenditures where some of these projects are just not moving forward yet. Stream restoration training was something that was brought up. We have not sent people yet, so of course there's no money expended yet. Fisheries Administration, that is this council's money. We are 14% expended. UNS projects, TU biologists, haven't spent any money yet.
Oh, yeah, we have.
But you haven't received an invoice, but should be 25% spent. Excuse me, I misspoke. 7% expended. Freeze this pane so I can actually scroll. That's tools extensions. Freeze. Freeze again. Oh, let's try that. Not Excel. Sorry, guys. It's not quite the same thing as a typical spreadsheet. Up to E. That's the one I want. Thank you. Okay. 7% expended on Little Bear. Blue Ribbon Fisheries monitoring Bear Lake. We're 0%. Monitoring Northeastern Reward 0%. Monitoring Northeastern region, so that's just personnel time. We're 42% spent. Lake Fork drainage road known treatment. We blew through that budget quickly, as happens when you conduct treatments prior to today. That money is gone. The Cedar Springs fishing pier, that funding was gathered from Boater Access. I oversee that program and was just like, let's fund it completely through Boater Access. There's no need to tax any of the other funding sources. By the way, Boater Access is one of the few funding sources where we are not outstripped by requests. And that money is in need of being spent. So if we do have access issues related to boating and you hear of them through this council, don't fund them. Just send them my way or whoever the voting access coordinator ends up being way, and we can fund those elsewhere. Anyway. And those include things like sediment control, navigability aids like wakeless zones, etc. Things we've talked about. Anyway, just an FYI. Blue Ribbon monitoring Central Region, Strawberry, we are 72% spent. Wasatch Front Community Waters, I think that was a creel, I believe. We are 15% expended on that. Blue Ribbon monitoring Central Region, 29%. Strawberry eDNA monitoring, that had to do with the walleye illegal introduction, and that is not in the budget yet.
Oh, we did that. I thought they already got results back. Yeah, it was like $30,000 or something. Yeah.
No, that wasn't if you're talking about Alan's project, that wasn't funded because Trina came to me to see if we were interested in funding. And the last I've heard on that whole.
eDNA that sent Colorado.
We had some Forest Service contributions that we ended up having them process samples. When it says not in the budget yet, that means that we just haven't plugged it into the budget yet. It doesn't mean that we're not going to use it.
Because we heard some preliminary results if they have not found anything.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's the results of the Forest Service sampling that happened pretty much right after the document. Let's see, Lower Provo River Angler Access, we are 0% spent. Blue Ribbon Fisheries Biologists, 28% spent on Nick's money. Blue Ribbon Monitoring Southern Region, 20% spent. Gordon Creek Watershed Restoration was moved to fiscal year 26 due to hiccups in permitting. Similar to some of the stuff I mentioned before. Recapture Reservoir Fish Habitat, that funding is encumbered. I'm guessing that's Calvin raising his hand. Yes, Calvin.
And we're sending the check for the structures at the end of the month, so that will be at 100% at 1st of February.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Overall, we're 19% spent. So again, wheels in motion. We're halfway through the year. We make hay in the spring and the early
The
summer.
fiscal year is from July 1st to June 30th.
Correct.
So those percent expenditures are year to date.
Yep.
That's, do those include obligated as well as paid?
So these ones do not include obligated, like if where it says funding encumbered, it says 0%, and that happened to the tune of, I think, $70,000 across the budget. So it's been encumbered, we're working, it's contracted, we just haven't been invoiced yet.
Okay, but that's obligated. I mean, in my language.
Yeah, it's obligated, but that's not included in the 19% figure, so it's actually higher than that.
Okay. I mean, those are important distinctions because if you just tell me walking in through the door right now that you've only spent 19% of your budget and you're halfway through the year.
Oh, it's a red flag for me too.
As a
When I
manager,
look at
I'm
it,
gonna say, well, what can I do? You're not gonna spend more than, 38% of your total budget. I've got 42% to take back from you.
No, I think that most times I would say year on year, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, we make the most hay that spring and lead up into June.
Well,
at the latter half of the.
I don't know who looks at this sheet, but I'd suggest you need to distinguish, cash out the door to date versus encumbered, because some of those two are really the status, and it's misleading the way presented, but who cares? I don't know.
No,
I'm just trying to go for understanding the combination of Blue Ribbon plus the government accounting. I worked in government related nuclear research for many, many years, and so I'm familiar with federal related stuff is.
So like the Little Bear, I started a project on Monday and they were turning dirt yesterday while I was in a meeting, and they'll have it done next week. And so all of that stuff will be billed, because all I was paying, how Blue Ribbon paid for, was the time for a guy to sit in the track over to mobilize and do the work, right? And then I have other stuff that I
But
can't do.
once you've authorized that contractor, that's what I call encumbered.
We don't show up until it's done.
Well, I know, but I'm just, well.
That,
it's
and
an
that's the
accounting
difference.
issue,
That's the
but
difference.
it's you,
That's the difference.
business wise, he can come back to you. I mean, it's encumbered. It's every hour is anyway, different issue, but.
No, you're spot on. I think that is, I made a note here, and Trina will definitely notice it because it's in all caps, and it made the first row huge. But yeah, call the column out as percent encumbered obligated as 1%, and then maybe do a finer point breakdown in a couple of columns that are subsidiary to that. So you're basically showing overall, we've committed 60%.
Yeah.
We've spent, as in paid the invoices that have arrived at our doorstep, 19%.
But the 60%, what's important.
But the 60% showcases the fact that at your midpoint of the year, you are on track.
Right.
To spend out the entire budget. I get it. And I put that in there. So we're good. 100%. All right. So that's where we're at. Questions on the projects that we had last year, or other thoughts on how to capture this to have it be better understood?
The projects that weren't going to be able to get completed, do we have a plan for those funds? There's one down there moved to 26, because so that money's gone.
So we actually took those monies out at the beginning of the year.
Okay.
Actually, it doesn't have a database number. It's been removed.
Gotcha.
From everything.
And where did we move that money? Do we know?
Probably into one of these other projects. I do not know.
It went to the recapture project. It just doubled our budget.
There you go. Calvin knows.
Of course, he got the money.
Of course he
Tell me
did.
the money.
Yeah, I received it. Okay. Other questions, thoughts? All right. Let me see if I can find my cursor again.
Building on what he said, let's suppose from April or May, I don't know if this happens, but hypothetically, it certainly could, that some project has hit some kind of a a barrier to progress. And they're not going to spend or obligate funds that might have been remaining for those last couple of years. Are you tracking that? And then would be able to be reallocated?
We do what's called, we call it a third quarter, you can call it a fourth quarter. Actually, it was this group that started the concept, and we now do it in the aquatic section wholly for all monies. We look at the end of the third quarter where we are as far as on track to complete.
Yep.
If we're like 25% and we should be at 75%, we reach out to the proponents and we say, hey, what's going on? Are we doing this? Or are we not doing this? How much money do you think is going to be left over? And plus or minus, they give us a figure, right? And we say, okay, we're going to take that $12,000 and put it in this kitty over here, this $15,000 over here. And we roll that up, and then we have for the entire section an ongoing list of current expense or equipment needs, right? That is designed to prevent deferred maintenance, and they're adjusted for inflationary costs through time. Basically what we do is we go down that pick list and we say, let's get a boat, let's get a motor, let's do this, let's do that with this extra money that
because you'll lose it
because we lose it
at the end of the year.
And if we don't continue to play that game, we do end up in a deferred maintenance conundrum where then we don't have enough money to buy all these pieces of equipment that we need, and people are running around in the northern region driving an old state parks boat that breaks down every time we put it in the night.
Build for some of you guys were even born.
You have fun with that though, Clint. I know that's gonna be your favorite.
It's way fun in Willard when it's really choppy.
And it's something that's near and dear to my heart, because the first week that I actually worked through Division of Wildlife Resources a long, long time ago, I went out with a backpack electric fisher that had no off switch, and it was gas powered. And I slipped off of a beaver dam up to about here and proceeded to shock myself until the engine flooded with water. So yeah, I get it. I don't want to work with substandard equipment. I don't want others to work with substandard equipment.
Explains a little bit.
This is why.
It's in the
That's why
museum.
that twitch happens.
It's probably in our garage. Where's that?
I tell you, man,
I know we have a gas one in our
that was the week before I was tasked with surplusing used waders.
He has a surplus.
Yep. Those days are long gone. Thank you.
Oh my.
All right. 2025 Blue Ribbon Volunteer Opportunities. So, Trina, this cursor drives me nuts. Trina wanted me to go through the volunteer opportunities with you. First, thank the biologists for updating it and let them know that their efforts to keep the list going are appreciated.
Is this on her website?
Yeah, this is what
Yes.
she's also sent out in an email.
She sent this out in an email with links to you all,
It's also on the website.
and it's on the website. But yeah, this is the 2025 volunteer spreadsheet. As it grows, you all will see these additional opportunities. I think we talked about a few of them just a second ago that are on here. Right? There you go. Trap netting for a lot of days and a lot of nets. So, she also did want me to remind you that there is a new volunteer entry procedure. Our tracking link that will be sent out and need to be renewed every 6 months rather than every year. Adding another layer to the onion of bureaucracy, I apologize, but it is what it is. And there is the links on the site now go through January through June 2025 as far as volunteer sign up. Ryan, there's one for you as a dedicated hunter, and then there's another link for everybody else that isn't seeking out designated hunter or dedicated hunter hours. She asked me to please remind everyone to go into the site and sign up again. She apologized for having to keep doing this, but we really appreciate it. I'm just reading. She has, go ahead.
Can you reiterate the importance of the volunteers to other funding sources? Because she kind of covered that, and I'd like to just, you guys leverage that in some manner, don't you?
Sure. So volunteer hours are calculated as some equivalent in the Division of Wildlife Resources among our ranks. I believe you all are a biologist equivalent, which has a certain dollar value assigned per hour. So all of your hours that you spend here, all of your hours that you spend externally reviewing projects, whatever your volunteer hours are, if you're not accounting for them for dedicated hunter purposes, right? If you're doing that, then you're double dipping. Those are already eaten up. Those are something else. If we're talking about true volunteer hours and you're not receiving anything for them, those hours can be used as true match, non-monetary match, and leverage, say, federal dollars. So normally, most of our federal grants are a 25-75 or a 50-50 situation. So a 1-to-1 or a 3-to-1. We're in a situation right now where, let's say you all had $25 in volunteer time. We could then leverage $75 in Fish and Wildlife Service, Dingell Johnson, with that money, with that monetary equivalent of volunteer time. That's why they're important. And every time we're able to free up a restricted dollar that normally would have been used for match, a license sale dollar, then that money can be used for something else. Make sense?
Yeah.
So I guess if I knew the website well enough, I would be putting in hours expended on blue ribbon related functions.
Not hours encumbered, but hours expended.
I said expended. I said expended.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Because I haven't done anything, but then I'm only a couple meetings. This is meeting 3.
These meetings count.
Well, I know, but I mean, where was I supposed to report that? Or if I show up at the meeting, does Trina takes?
Yeah, she'll
Okay.
handle it. I used to do it with paper sheets. I don't know what she's doing these days. It's been a minute for me, so.
Okay.
I think it actually goes to, that overarching site that we have, volunteer time / dedicated hunter time. That's where that gets under. And she approved and submitted all hours for the July to December 2024 period. So everyone's volunteer time submitted will be counted. And Ryan should see his time for July through December soon. Ryan, get with Trina in February if you do not see anything. Her instructions, not mine. Okay. What else do we have to cover today? Strawberry River below starvation re-ranking. Still need folks to review and rate the Strawberry River before we can do that. So that is taken off of today's agenda. So at least as of a couple of weeks ago, Trina's email to everybody was like, weather's great, it's amazing, get out there and do it. They might have missed our window. So anyway, it is what it is. But yeah, if the weather does cooperate, please do get out there and zip a line around and see what you can do. It is a pretty cool place if you haven't been there before.
Is that the area that was damaged by the fire that we're talking about?
Yeah.
Close starvation.
Yeah, below starvation. Oh, no,
Starvation.
starvation. My bad.
Just right upstream from Duchesne.
Other end. My bad. So not the benefits. We have 20 minutes for new business. Nothing new to report on the Provo. Our AG rep has nothing new to report on that Central region. Oh, nothing new to report on that issue.
What about the boat access? Didn't we pay for some the boating access?
Yes, I could talk about that. They are, if you go up the lower Provo, right below Deer Creek, they have shredded that parking lot up and where everybody used to launch their crafts or tubes, whatever. They have actually put in concrete ramps already. It's still a ways out, of course, because it is winter and they can't do all their work at the moment, but it looks completely different from it did a month ago. Mike is in the planning stages for the kiosk. State Parks want one kiosk and Mike had designs for another, so we're going back and forth and hopefully come to an agreement on what it's gonna look like and all the materials that are going to be on that. And I can, you guys, I think he for sure has something blue ribbon to you. General stuff that we always have to have. But that's that, what was that, $20,000, $15,000 or whatever that you guys funded last year. I would say my guess would be March or April. That'll probably be all spent. We're in no rush to put that up and get it done because we can't put it up or do anything until all the construction is done.
Yeah.
But
That's the put in. What about the takeout?
the takeout, we were going to do those projects and then we did not do them because either the county or a city came up and where the railroad was, they were working on pulling out the railroad ties and all that. They went in and pulled out a bunch of rocks that we were already going to move and cleaned up where we expected to do the takeouts after Mike had talked to them about it. So he didn't warrant our crew to come up for one day to maybe change a little bit from what he had planned versus what they did. He just took the work that they did at the takeouts as the work's done. So there might be some extra.
Tunnel?
Yeah, we're doing the tunnel and Vivian Park as well. They did a lot of work at Vivian. Kind of cleaned up the area to make it more flat and make it a little better. Mike wasn't planning a ton of work. It was move a couple of rocks here or there to make it more accessible without making it look too noticeable still. And he just determined that it was good as was and he wasn't going to spend the time to get the crew out for one day of work to do something different. So there might be a little money left over in that, depending on how much it costs to build this kiosk. But that's in the planning stages and we're just gathering all the material that's going on and sent it off to our people here in Salt Lake to put it together for us. Thanks. Yeah.
Do you know if they're gonna upgrade any of the parking at Vivian?
I don't know if they're doing anything else at Vivian. I think they're still at the waiting stages of these lawsuits to figure out what the heck they're gonna be able to do up and down the whole Provo River Parkway. But I could look into that and see if I can get an answer if they're gonna change. Because they made that big, where the parking area is, and then there's a fence where the route is. That's all flat. It looks really nice right now. I don't know if they're gonna try to expand the parking into that area or what they're going to try and do. They changed that area quite a bit in the last year. I'll see if I can get you something on that parking situation. It is.
Yes, it is.
It's not great.
No, it's gonna be interesting once you throw trailers into that narrow parking lot.
Yeah, I can send you guys, I'll forward some pictures off, from that put in the area below Deer Creek. It looks pretty nice. Or if you guys just want to go for a ride one day and see it, you can take the road you would take down to the Deer Creek Dam and look over to the river. They've changed it up quite a bit. It's gonna be a nice area to get in the river safely compared to what it normally looks like.
Okay, so a couple other just updates. March meeting will be held in the auditorium downstairs. It is the joint meeting with the Habitat Council, so they need the extra space to accommodate both groups initially and then break apart and do your own thing for those projects that are not jointly funded. Apparently.
21st
is it? I don't.
21st.
I don't know.
I show March 20th.
As long as it's not the week of the 10th, I'm good.
Yeah, 20th.
Is it 20th?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Let's see.
Let's see what else we got on.
March 20th.
Yep.
Apparently, TJ, your term is up. And your last meeting is slated as November. So you'll be getting a really cool print or something, I would imagine, to thank you for all your work. But at the same time, we're gonna need a new chair. So start wrapping your mind around who that individual might be. That, my friends, is all I have for you. Oh, next meetings, yes, March 20th, DNR Auditorium. I should have known, trying to put it on here. Actually, it'll start in the DNR auditorium and then we'll move up here and do probably lunch when we first arrive here and then work after lunch out of this room. And then
9 a.m.
didn't give me a time.
I believe so. Usually does, but
Yeah. And we split, yeah.
And then there's a meeting on June 18th following that. And that will be 10 to 3 regular time here.
Say June 18th,
Yes.
Wednesday?
Yes.
yeah.
Oh, I
There
see.
was- I think there was a conflict or something.
Okay.
Juneteenth.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a holiday.
I don't know, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, somebody asked me the other day, why is June 19th blacked out on your tournament calendaring system? And I'm like, it's Juneteenth. Oh, yeah. Yep. Okay, that's all I have. I'm going to suggest we hear a motion for adjourning this meeting.
Yep.
Move to adjourn.
Already standing.
Second.
I said that.
All right, guys, thank you very much. Hopefully I didn't mangle it too badly.